16.
Okay. Let's go ahead and call the meeting of the Historical Preservation Board to order. Let's go ahead and take roll call. Who is going to do roll call? Denise? Or
All right. Board Member Clute?
here?
Board Member Field?
Here?
Chair Grove?
Here?
Board Member Kastner? Vice Chair Miller?
Here.
Board Member Price?
Here.
Board Member Leidy?
Here.
And Board Member Spratlin? Not here, okay?
Okay. The next order of business is the approval of the agenda. Do we have any thoughts on that?
Would folks consider moving the 2679 West Main Street, the COA, towards the end of that COA list?
Okay, so start with B, then C, and then go to A?
Yeah.
Will that work for the board?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and put a motion forward to move the agenda and start with B, C, and then A. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. That.
Excuse me, Chair Grove, could we use the voting board, please?
Oh,
Thank you.
where do we vote? Okay, all right. So all those that move to approve the agenda as specified, starting with the public hearing, we'll start with B, C, then A. All those in favor?
Do we put it up or down?
Up is yes.
See?
Not on.
We're not very good at this. It's not work. How do we do this? How do we know if it's yes or no?
Oh, you just.
Up is yes.
Okay, up is yes.
Who would you like me to vote as? Okay, I'll be Spratlin.
Okay, so we have everybody, all right? And then we'll turn it. All right. And then we need to approve the minutes. Does somebody want to make a motion? And that's on the third page of our agenda.
I move to approve, based on the recording secretary certification, the November 21st, 2016 video as the minutes for the November 21st, 2016 regular meeting of the Historical Preservation Board.
Second.
All those in favor, and we have to vote.
Wasn't there. So I'm abstaining. It wasn't at the meeting. So.
Okay.
If you're abstaining, go ahead and just don't vote.
Oh, okay, right on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Motion carried. Okay, so we have, Dennis, do we have any public comment about general business? Do we have a list? No, we have no public comment about general business. Okay, so let's go ahead and we will move to resolution HPB 06-216. And I just did that. Oh, excuse me. Okay.
General business.
Okay, I'm not clear about what this is, Dennis. I guess this is a request to extend 2 Main Street. Oh, this has to do with the grants, sorry.
Exactly.
Yes, the grants.
Yeah, there's a
Okay.
request to extend to the
Right, sorry about
2015
that.
grants. We had 4 grants that the board awarded in 2015. One for the historic duplex to replace the cedar shakes on the second story. One from West Masonic Lodge to tuck point their building, one side of the building. The third one was for the Thomas Building to do repairs to the electrical system there. And the fourth one was for Littleton Electric to replace the flat roof. And we've had 2 of those projects that have been completed. The other 2 property owners have had terrible difficulty getting contractors who were qualified and were willing to come out and actually put a bid in, or once they signed a contract, actually show up. So that Littleton Electric actually is under construction. They have the permits. They think that their project's almost finished. But knowing the way things have been going, they would appreciate an extension as well, so probably the first quarter of 2017. Carl Peppert could not make it tonight with the historic duplex, but he did send an email outlining kind of the issues that he was having. He said, we've been delayed numerous times trying to find a reliable contractor. They seem to disappear as quickly as I can sign them up. We have selected a contractor who we feel will complete the work and have submitted the COA application. Metro Construction has a deposit to complete the project. Their address is 1732 Wazee Street, Suite 205. They are members of the BBB and fully insured. Licensed now. Poor Carl's been having to do so much research on all these people just to make sure that they're actually going to stick around. Unfortunately, they were unable to complete the work in the fall of 2016 as we had hoped due to their scheduling. Most of these small contractors are finding jobs on much bigger projects, and that's the conflict, I think, for the small projects. It's very difficult to compete, and so even when you get somebody, their time may actually be devoted to somebody else, and that's what Carl has been dealing with here. The weather puts us at a disadvantage. We hope to complete the project in the first quarter of 2017 and certainly by the second quarter of the latest. We always appreciate our grants and do not take them lightly. Sometimes it feels as though everyone is involved in the profits and expansion. My wife and I are forever grateful you hold our buildings in such high esteem and hope to keep the property in a way most suitable for the historic aspect of Old Town Littleton. Thank you, Carl Peppert. So he's feeling relatively optimistic, but again, I think if we could give them an extension to at least the first quarter, if not the second quarter of 2017, I think they both would be more comfortable. So it's up to the board as to how you want to do that.
So
Any
both
questions?
think they can get it done by first or second quarter?
Yes. Yeah, and Littleton Electric really is very close. So they're thinking it's going to be done in the next couple of weeks, but they know how things have been going, so something may happen. So, but they'd like at least the first quarter. So.
Would it be better to make the motion at the end of the second quarter if we're unsure?
I think it'd be safe.
Just go ahead and instead of him having to come back again for another extension?
Yeah, that'd be great.
The board agrees.
I have a question about the second grant recipient. Has he received grant funding before from Littleton?
The Thomas Building? Yeah, he has. He's received money for Littleton Electric Building as well, and received money in the past for Old Town Tavern, which he owns as well, which is next door. So and when he redid the facade of that, a lot of that was grant money from
And did those
the board.
projects complete on time?
They did, yeah.
So this is the first time he's requested an
The
extension
first time he's
for a
requested an
project.
extension, yeah. So there is.
Could we get, and I don't know if we need to do a motion, could we get an update like in at the end of the first quarter?
Sure, absolutely. You bet.
I mean, do we need to do a motion for that?
I don't think you need to, but yeah.
Okay, so if they could just, I don't know, what does the rest of the board think? I think we just kind of want to keep on top of it.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because if it looks like it's not going to get done or something, when's our time to
Well, this year, we didn't get to actually the grant allocation until July. We certainly would like to do it earlier. We always, shoot for getting it earlier. If we could do it so we actually have the applicants coming in May, or even announcing the awards in May, that'd be fantastic, I think, just for Historic Preservation Month, as well as their construction schedules too, hopefully, so.
And I think both of these grant recipients are very responsible members of the Historic District.
Yeah.
And so I would definitely be in favor of doing the extension to the end of the second
I
quarter.
have a question. Mr. Pappert was the recipient of grant funds in 2016 as well.
Correct.
For electrical work. And if I recall correctly, the proviso was that he accept the grant funds by August and then have a permit by October 1st. Has that been completed?
He's not been able to do that yet. Again, because in order to get the permit, you need a contractor. In order to get a COA, you need a contractor signing on. So we don't have the names for those people, so he is behind on that. He certainly has said he's working on it, and he's gone through different contractors, but he's not there yet. So he was hoping to be here tonight, and he had a huge broken water pipe, apparently, so he apologized. But
Do we run the
working on
risk
broken water.
of turning these funds back to the general fund
They would go back to the general fund otherwise, correct, if we don't.
unless we
Unless you extend,
approve an
correct.
extension? I don't know if this is the appropriate place to make a motion for this, but I would move that future grant applicants provide not only cost estimates, but an estimate of time to be completed by the contractors
Okay.
in order to be eligible for grant funds. This is not the first time this has happened.
No,
And
it's
I
not.
understand that people have trouble getting contractors, but this has gone on a number of times, so
Okay, so we'll put that in the application form and actually have them sign up for that as well, so.
I don't know if that needs a vote by the board, but
I don't think it does necessarily, but I think it's an important point, so.
I would echo those thoughts. I think that, the funds clearly benefit the property owners, but they also benefit the city of Littleton. They're doing it because they want the funds used, and it's important that the work be completed. So, and I agree, things happen and delays result, but we need to stay on top of it.
If we asked them to complete it by March, say, and they didn't, would we have any recourse to get other applicants for that money before or is it too late?
Well, not the way the grant program is set up at this point, upstairs with financial. We'd have to have an agreement that it would come back into the grant fund itself, probably is what we need. At this point, we don't have that, so.
Well, we made that
And I think-
request at council meeting.
Yes.
I was going to say that's one request, I think, that Mike made to council,
Right,
to consider that going back into the grant funds rather than the general fund.
correct.
Well, I think you just need to impress on them that we understand things happen, but that we really want them to use the funds or that they'll be lost for the year. And then makes it harder for us to get additional funds in the future if we return them to the general. So that's my thought.
Okay, good.
is Littleton Electric an electrical contractor, Dennis?
No, it's the historic name of the building.
The building, okay.
They're not there
There's
anymore.
your answer.
Right, exactly, yeah. Unlike Bristlecone, which actually was their own construction company, that was nice.
Yeah, gotcha.
Didn't that application include a couple estimates from
It did.
contractors?
Yeah, we asked for bids from people, and he had bids, but they didn't come through, apparently. So they either walked away, they did something else, they found other work, and so he's just been running into that. Some of his work is so specialized, it's difficult. Not this, I don't think, as much as some of the previous work where he was renovating windows. He was actually restoring the windows or restoring the doors, and there aren't a lot of contractors around that do that. But this is more general, so hopefully. And I know that the electrical contractors he's been working with are big names that I would think would come through as well. So.
Okay, do we need any motion or?
Need a motion, I think, to extend. Absolutely.
Okay, so who wants to?
Did you have a date in mind, or do you want to?
Well, I would say if he was thinking by the end of the second quarter, instead of revisiting this after March, I would amend the motion to say, to read just, I guess, June 30th, 2017, which would mark the end of the second quarter of the year.
Okay.
Willing to make that motion, Madam Chair, if you'd like.
Well, do we want to do it by, so we want to make a motion that he has.
A motion cannot be amended
Okay,
to the motion that's
so-
made. Yeah.
So you're going to, then Ted, do you want to make it and amend it?
Yeah.
Or just when you make it, just change the date that's in here.
You're saying I can do that way? Or I cannot?
You can make the motion and then amend it.
And then amend it?
Yeah.
Or can he Can he amend it before he makes it?
Yeah, he can just make
He
the
can just make a
motion,
different
change
You
motion.
can say the motion
Amend it.
as including the dates, yeah.
Yes, okay. May? Due to compelling circumstances, I move to approve the extension of 2 awards from the 2015 Main Street Grant Program until June 30th, 2017. The awards are 1, the award of $11,000 for replacing the Cedar Shake siding on historic duplex at 2681 West Alamo, and 2, the award of $8,000 for replacing the old main feed electrical wiring for the Thomas Building at 2400 West Main Street.
I second it.
Okay, all those in favor, please vote. Okay, motion carried. Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the HPB Resolution 06-2016. Just a reminder on when we open the public hearing, which we'll do here in just a second. We're going to go down here, yeah. We'll open the public hearing, and then we'll hear from staff, and then we'll hear from the applicant or whoever their representative is, and they will make a presentation. And at that time, we on the board can ask questions of either staff or the applicant. Then we'll have public comment, and we'll ask those that are in favor of the COA to come first, give your name, your address, and if you would limit your comments to 3 minutes, and then those opposed. And then we'll hear from everybody, and then the public hearing will be closed. We will go ahead and have our board discussion. At that time, no new information can be introduced, and we'll make a motion if appropriate. Okay, so let's go ahead and open the public hearing for HPB Resolution 06-2016. And it's now open. Dennis.
Great. If I can have the screen, please, that'd be great.
And you might tell us what page number this starts on, because it's way down there.
90 on the PDF.
90,
90,
okay, on the
okay,
PDF,
sorry.
all right. So we can get there.
So this is a public hearing on a certificate of historic appropriateness for the View House at 2670, 2680 West Main Street. There are 2 buildings that are involved in this. One is Blue Ribbon Stables, which is 2670 West Main Street, and Boussard Motor Company, 2680 West Main Street. It's interesting, and it's a little bit challenging because 2670 is a non-contributing building, whereas 2680 is contributing, so you had to put 2 sets of design guidelines. It's not terribly confusing, but it does at least have to be noted. As a result, we use 2 sets of design guidelines. We use the Littleton Downtown Design Standards and Guidelines and the Historic Preservation Design Guidelines. So we were looking at those for the 2 elements. And as you got into this, I'm sure you saw that both buildings are involved here. The location is on the south side of Main Street, on the west end of the street, just as it goes around. The 2 buildings on the left, right next to the opening for Littleton Electric, where their parking lot is. So it's those 2 buildings. This is the 3rd COA that we've seen for these 2 buildings. The first one was in 2006, and that was by a different owner, and the intent then was to divide the buildings into retail space. They were going to have 4 or 5 retail spaces in there, or 4 retail spaces in 1 office, I think is where it was going. That owner went through the process, got approval, did a lot of the work on the front. So what you see now on the front of that building, the reconstruction was done by that first owner with the 2006 COA. So that includes taking the paint off of the Boussard building, which was a huge improvement, and then also refacing the facade, putting the brick back onto the Blue Ribbon Stables, because that wall was in such terrible shape. It had been changed so many times, as well as the ceiling, which is kind of as the roof, which is why it ended up being a non-contributing building, because it did not have a lot of the historic elements remaining. The back wall was kind of the same shape. I think they had snow issues over the years. They'd had poor construction. When you looked at the wall when they got in there, it was different layers of brick and block and all kinds of stuff that was there. So it was one of those typical historic preservation projects, which is a little challenging. In 2012, the current owner came in and got an approval from the board for doing the View House, and that is for primarily for the building on the west, which is the Bussard building. And they were looking at doing a couple things. One was they were going to take some of the old space off the back of that building, about 1,100 to 1,200 square feet, I think is what they were talking about. Then they were going to put that on the top of the building as a new bar and facility up there. By doing that, they ended up doing a wash on the square footage. So as you know, because in the district, if they change use, and they change use from automotive use to restaurant and bar, they are not required to meet the increased parking demand that comes along with that because in the district. That's one of the incentives that we have. There's also an incentive for parking. If you add additional square footage to a building, you only have to provide 50% of the parking that is required for that. And so by doing a wash on the square footage, and with the same total square footage they started, they didn't have to add any parking. Now they've come back, there's been a long delay in getting in there. And a lot of that was the experience they had at the Arapahoe store in Centennial, where they ended up with such a demand for parking. It surprised them, I think, in terms of how dramatic that was. And so they thought, if we're going to be downtown Littleton, we really have to have parking. And so they've been looking for parking, and they've acquired parking, and they are feeling very comfortable about actually being in that space, opening up now. They're hoping to open in March. But as they've done that, they've come back now in 2016 and said, okay, in the years that have passed, we've also kind of learned a little bit from that in terms of what we think the space needs in terms of actually functioning well. And so the changes that you're looking at are really for that. So include on the north wall, which is the Main Street wall, they would move the front entry door. That front entry door was approved in 2012. It's different than what was approved in 2006. In 2006, it was approved as a garage door, glass garage door, glass and metal. And so that's what you see on there now. But it was going to be put in as a front door for the bar. They were going to replace that with a brick sill that they were going to build up, as they were going to do with the other two windows on that facade for that building, and then put nano windows in so there'd be opening up. So it would have the same frame, same form as the building had originally, but would be able to open up a little bit more, be more contemporary. They also are going to then remove. What's happening is they found they need to expand their space. So they're expanding into the building to the east. They're expanding into Blue Ribbon Stables. And so they're going to have, they're hoping to have a patio bar there. They're looking at a additional storage space, and they're looking at a new entry, which actually gives them much better flow in terms of how the building works. And so by doing that, they thought they needed to move that door accordingly. And so they're looking at moving that door, and I'll show you a floor plan here in a minute, where they move that to the east, close up the door that they were going to use, which is now the garage door. This gets a little confusing. And then they're going to, again, do the nano walls and the sill with that. But then in order to do that, they're removing two doors on the east building, the Blue Ribbon Stables building, and a wall in between that. So it shifts that a little bit, but we'll look at photos and see what you think, and the applicant will talk to you a lot more about that. I can answer your questions about that too. And then they'll replace that with a single new entry door, which then goes in, and again, it gets this flow, and you can start to see how well that works. On the south wall, where they, what was there, was blocked, and it was really in bad shape. They've torn that all down and opened it up to move that square footage to the roof. And so if you could drive down the alley or drive down Alamo and look, you're going to see that it's an open space. It's pretty cool. But what they wanted to do now is they thought, we really should have access to a bar back there. So they're looking at adding a roll-up metal door, which would open up to this patio bar that they're looking at in the east building. And then they're preparing to lease those spaces, the space to the east in that building. In order to do that, they thought they needed access to that patio as well. So they're proposing putting two additional roll-up garage-type doors in that building as well as two people doors, two pedestrian doors. So those are the changes they're looking at on the south wall, the alley wall. So here's the floor plan. You got to see a little bit. That heavy, see if I can, so this is the original wall between the two buildings. So this was the Bussard building. This is Blue Ribbon building. So by expanding in here and opening up this entry and elevator access, so they shift the access to the elevator over here. They have an office, they have a cooler, and then they have this patio door. They're proposing moving what was going to be the front door here over to the east here. And then in back, looking at this roll-up metal door here, 2 people doors, and then farther east, 2 garage doors going into the building to the east. So those are the only changes they're really looking at. They're not changing this, they're not changing the interior, they're not changing any of this or the roof. It's really just that entry and the bar is really what they're looking at. So those are the shifts. It gets a lot more complex when you start thinking about all the changes, but yeah, that's all they're really doing. So this is the building as it stands now. This is what was approved in 2006. And so this is where that garage door is that they were going to put the front door in. Now they're going to fill that in with a brick sill and then Nana doors above it. And these all go away and become Nana doors as well. The brick sill stays, this door stays. These are the 2 doors that they would take out for the new entry door, as well as that 1 column. So that's what they're looking at. And again, the applicant's here and he can give you a lot more details and answer those questions. That's the garage door that is currently there. So the key for the board is to look at what are the criteria, what do you have to do in order to approve a COA? And the code is very clear, I think, in terms of what is required. It says the board shall issue a COA for any proposed work on a historic landmark or property in a historic district when these 5 criteria are met. Now, not all the criteria are appropriate for any of the projects necessarily. And in this case, they're not all appropriate. But if they're appropriate, you have to meet them. And if you do meet them, then the board, according to this, shall issue a COA. So it's up to the board to decide whether or not they meet those. This is really what your role is. First criterion is proposed work would not detrimentally alter, destroy, or adversely affect any architectural or landscape feature which contributes to its original historic designation. When the board looked at this before, both in 2006 and 2012, what you thought was most critical were these openings. These large openings here, and then the dimensions, as well as just kind of the general sense of the building. So the question is, do you think that by putting a door here and by taking this out and putting the door here, is that shifting something that's key to the architectural character of the building? Criterion 2 is otherwise in conformance with any applicable adopted design guidelines. This is the lengthy one because you have to go through each of those design guidelines that's applicable. In this case, we're looking at both the downtown design guidelines, which applies to the building on the east, and the historic design guidelines, which applies to the building on the west. Luckily, I mean, what they're proposing is new construction. It's so simple in some ways that it doesn't create a huge challenge when you look at those 2 sets. Okay, 2670, it's sub-area 5 in the Littleton Downtown Design Standards and Guidelines, and the categories of standards that apply to this project: general sub-area character statements, existing and desired, urban design, site design, architecture. Let me go back a minute here, too. I forgot something really key, and that is this word right here, which is a word we don't see very often. We usually say conformity. We see you are compatible with, you are consistent with. Conformance with, when you look in the dictionary and you see what that says, that really says you've got to follow that. This means this. So we only looked at the standards. We thought, if we're really going to talk about conformance, we really only are going to evaluate the standards for any of these projects when we look at this. So that's what we looked at. And then for 2680, which of course is the main View House building, it's the Historic Preservation Design Guidelines, and the categories of guidelines that apply are commercial facades and storefronts, treatment strategies for storefronts, treatment of historic windows, building materials, solutions for new materials on historic buildings. Criterion 4 is when the subject site is within a historic district, the board must find that the proposed work is visually compatible with the development on adjacent properties, and that adjacent, we tend to define that as the district. If we really look at it closely, it may be a more immediate area than that. It may be just the block. But adjacent, in our minds, when we've looked at the definitions of other jurisdictions and how it's interpreted, we've felt comfortable in saying it really talking about the district itself, particularly since it's talking about the district up here. That's the intent. Criterion 5 does not apply because it's talking about partial demolition. We don't see this as a partial demolition, taking out the garage doors, taking out the back door. You might differ with us on that and think, well, this is partial demolition, and it might have to meet these as well. And if it does, then it's required impacts on historic importance and architectural integrity of the structure located on the property have been mitigated to the greatest extent possible. So you really haven't caused great damage to historic damage if you're doing a demolition. So staff recommendation is that we find that proposed COA meets the 5 criteria. And when the board evaluates this, we get to the end, that's how we like to see the motions placed to, or at least a reference to the 5 criteria, because that's what the code talks about. So the 5 criteria outlined in 4614 of the Littleton City Code, and we recommend approval of the resolution approving the COA with one condition. That is, and I haven't to be fair, I have not talked to the applicant about this. I don't think it'll be a problem, but that the rooftop equipment be painted to minimize its visibility. They've done a great job of placing the rooftop equipment on these buildings, for the, all the kitchen equipment, all the ventilation that goes on in this building. They've placed it far back from the edges. So the visibility won't be great, but we are going to have, we may have a taller building across the street. And if we have that, if we have other things going on, there may be people who can see down onto that, onto that roof. And so we'd like to minimize the impact of that just by painting. So it's a pretty minor request. That's what we have. Any questions for me for that before we turn it over to the applicant?
I'm just responding to one of the exhibits in the COA, and it's regarding the rooftop equipment.
Okay.
There was a drawing that's showing that it's not visible from the immediate adjacent sidewalk. And I guess, is there the guideline says it actually needs to be from across the street. So I don't know, has that been studied? I guess, is that?
Yeah, I think if you can ask the applicant that, I think that'd be a great question. Because I had that same concern. In my mind, I think the distance back was far enough that it would work, but I think it's a question we need to ask and just see. So.
The other question I have, if you considered when you talked about painting to minimize, I think we should specify a color or something that should match or complement and give them a specific color, not just any color. So when we make the motion, I mean, did you have anything in mind for that?
We can't do specific colors. We can do tones.
We can say to match closely the new addition.
Right, absolutely. With the roof or whatever it might be.
Yeah,
so
with the new, so that would be something to consider, I think.
The applicant and the owner have been great to work with on this, so I don't think that's going to be a problem. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't already intend to do that. So.
Yeah.
Any other questions, Dennis? Okay. Thank you, Dennis. We'll hear from the applicant or their representative.
Hi, I'm Raymond Olla Jr., architect on this project, and I was also the applicant years ago when we did the major COA on this project. So I do have a paper. Does this light still work up here and everything?
We can get it, yeah.
Okay.
I would love a paper copy because it would be easier than going through
Say
this.
again?
I would like a paper copy if you had it.
Okay. Let's see, I guess I do it this way. So this is just a summary of everything Dennis talked about. This is the front area affected here, and this is the south area on the rear of 2980.
Yeah, this is hard to.
So this is sheet 5, the major floor plan. Okay. So on the north elevation, this is what we're proposing for where the two doors are in the east building at this point. And it's 2 side lights and double doors. And it's not recessed as the other one was going to be. When we submitted it first, we had it recessed to staff, and they preferred it flush, as with a lot of things on Main Street. So it's flush, double doors and side lights. This would fill in where the garage door currently is, and it's flush also, matching what we've been approved for on this other portion of the west building. This is the south portion, and this was what was approved on the previous COA, and this was approved as with just 1 pedestrian door and metal siding that matched. And so we are now proposing the roll-up door and then 2 glass garage doors and 2 pedestrian doors in this area. This is, I'm sure in your packet, some historic photos. This is the previous approval, and these are the 2 doors that we'd be replacing with the double doors and side lights. And this is where we had the recessed entry that was approved to replace the garage door. And that was what, this is the approved drawing from previous. And this would be the new entry, flush on the face. And this is the new Nana doors with the new brick sill where the garage door was going to be, or where the other entry was going to be on the approved application. This was the approved rear drawing from the previous COA. And this is the current application from the south. So basically, that's it. I have also I just have one thing to say about the color. When we had the previous one approved, we did agree to colors, even though it wasn't really official that you could approve colors, but we did agree to colors, but this was the color of the siding that we promoted to be approved, and this was the sample. And once we received the real sample of the siding, it's not to our liking. So I'm proposing in this application that we go with what's in your new packet, the medium bronze, which I think is much, it doesn't show up there very well, but it shows up a lot here, the difference, and it's kind of a nicer color. So we did look into the colors, and we'd be happy to paint the mechanical equipment one of these colors or one of the other colors that was approved for other portions of the project. Otherwise, Dennis said everything else, I think. So.
Anything else?
No, for
Okay.
now, that's...
Does anybody have any questions?
I just have a comment, and I'm pretty sure from looking at this, there are no changes at all to what we call the holes. Where the windows and doors are, there's no, I mean, the holes will still remain the same.
Exactly, yes.
Well, the pier comes out between the 2.
But the pier does come out, yes.
Yeah, the center column comes out in between there. The other question I have, and I don't know how the rest of the board feels about this, but if you look at sheet 3, where it has, you know, historically it had a recess there, and they're proposing bringing all that flush. And I don't, you know, I kind of have mixed feelings about that. I don't know, that's not really the...
Margie, I'm sorry, you're talking about the 1955 Photos?
Well, design sheet 3,
This,
Oh, this one? Okay.
I'm not sure, but I think even when you look at the survey, that recess is there. So I don't know whether we want to keep the recess there or make it flush as they're proposing.
Yeah, that's the way it was. And now the new one,
Just from a historic standpoint. I don't,
The recess-
everybody know where I'm
I think
talking
the
about?
recess you're referring to is the garage door to the east, which there isn't a change to
no, on the
that.
west side, in the historic, the Boussard building. No,
see
this-
where
this one
see where
I'm
it was
talking
in the
about.
middle before, see where it was before, and now it's all flush.
Well, no, I'm talking about this one that they're proposing to make this one flush, the one that's in the historic.
Yeah, the one that Ray's pointing
one.
there.
Yeah.
to, it's Existing garage door, which they were approved to do as a recessed door originally for the entry.
And now
Yeah,
we're bringing it
and
forward.
now we're making it flush, which is a change to the facade, really. And I don't know if there's a reason that you made it that flush rather than leaving it recessed, just to match the others, or?
to match the others, and works better on the interior, and we actually had proposed recessed entry doors here, and the staff preferred that we do that flush, so
Okay.
flush seemed better across the board.
And I don't have a problem with it being flush, but I just thought I'd point that out in case anybody else had a problem with it.
I don't have a problem being flush.
Yeah, I don't
think
really
the
either.
sort of the continuity of the
Yeah,
openings to me
I
still
would agree.
seems.
I think the opening is still there.
Right.
Excuse me. If you could please keep deliberations till after the close of the public comment, if you could ask the applicant questions at this point. Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions?
The other question I had, on the future restaurant, are they going to be using the same front door? Or how is that going to work?
That's kind of a misnomer. They probably will use this for expansion as opposed to a different tenant, or they would have to rent it to a retail location. Because during the construction and during starting to use that middle space, what they call the alley that we're entering now, they dropped the grease trap from 3,500 gallons to 2,500 gallons, and the restroom count that they changed they didn't change, but they only bought an inch and a half tap, water tap, so they can only install a pair of restrooms, single restrooms in the new space, and a slight preparation area and bar, because they'll have to use for the restroom count, they'll have to use the restaurant also, the existing restaurant. They'll have to use that. So it's very unlikely it would be another restaurant. It would be part of the View House, or from the restroom count and the lack of the water and the grease trap, they could rent it to retail or something like that. But
Yeah, and I guess I was asking the question, is there going to be a future, another door need to be made in there, or will all use the same?
no, no. If they ever did use that, it's already planned. We would need a ramp inside that entry because it's a different level in the east space. It's a slightly different level. It's one step up. We would have a ramp there so it could be accessible from ADA from that entry, that new entry.
So, Mr. Ellett, if you go to sheet 5, design sheet 5, where it says, I'll let you get there first,
Okay.
just so we make sure we understand.
Okay.
So where it says future one-story restaurant use, that is going to remain vacant for the time being?
Yes.
Okay, and then that entrance on what would be the upper left corner would be the new entrance to that space, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
It'll be vacant, so yes, it would be.
Gotcha, okay. And so the original View House, or the View House, the way that it will be configured and used then would be that, the lower space here?
Right.
Then, okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, just on sheet 7, the sight lines diagram.
Oh, yeah.
Has there been a diagram, or have you conducted the sight line views from across the, I think it's the center line of the sidewalk across the street?
Right. I didn't do it. I should have done it, but just went to the sidewalk and then the street, so.
Okay. Okay.
Any other questions?
I have a question for staff. Originally, you proposed the front entry to be recessed, and staff suggested or recommended to move it flush. I was just curious what the reasoning was.
Yeah, the reasoning was that the Blue Ribbon stable wall seemed to have been flush historically and is flush now. And so we just thought that was more consistent with the character, historic character of the building. We certainly, generally downtown, we like the recessed entries. But again, because this was a garage, it seemed to have a different sense of garage, of entry to it. It didn't have the recessed doors.
Yeah, thank you.
So just one more question about the sightlines thing. If when you do the diagram and the units, if they are visible, the design guidelines talk about actually screening that equipment. Mm-hmm. Is that, are folks open to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think at the most only one would have to be screened.
Okay, great, thank you.
Be none, so.
Anything else? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we can have public comment. Start with those that are in favor of this. And if you'll come up and say your name, address, and limit your comments to 3 minutes. Denise is going to go get the list. Okay, so we don't have any public comment. Okay, so let's close the public hearing then, and then we can have our discussion. So any thoughts? One thing I heard that we wanted to add the screening of the rooftop equipment, maybe say something about the paint tone. We can't talk paint color. And maybe the sight lines, maybe these kinds of things we might want to include in any motion. Mm-hmm. Any other thoughts or discussion?
No. I think all my questions have been answered, and I think.
Every question. So as the motion is read, do we want to add these things in?
Yes.
Okay, so who wants to take a stab at it?
As far as the color, can you just say, is the color used on
Right.
as part of the design?
That would match the addition, the rooftop
might-
addition.
Or say earth tone or something like
Yeah,
that.
right.
You don't want it to be brick red.
Oh, that's true. Earth tone, I think, is a good one.
Okay, you're going to take a stab at it?
Well, I'm not sure about the sight line.
Well, I've got some language here.
Why don't you do the motion?
Okay.
Okay, so I move to approve HPB Resolution 062-2016, approving the Certificate of Historic Appropriateness for the Blue Ribbon Stables and View House buildings at 2670 and 2680 West Main Street with the following condition. 1, the rooftop equipment be painted to minimize its visibility. The foregoing approval is based on findings that the proposed work 1, does not detrimentally alter, destroy, or adversely affect any architectural or landscape feature which contributes to its original historic designation. 2, is in conformance with any applicable adopted design guidelines. 3, is visually compatible with designated historic structures located on the property in terms of design, finish, material, scale, mass, and height. And 4, is visually compatible with development on adjacent properties. I would like to add the condition that the applicant shall demonstrate to staff that the mechanical equipment is not visible from across the street per the design guidelines.
And if it is,
And if it isn't, that they screen it appropriately that's acceptable with the design guidelines.
Is there anything else with the sight lines you want to say?
No, because there's language in the design guidelines.
And earth tones.
And that metallic
And
finishes.
number 1.
Do we have to say it again?
Let me say it again.
Do we have to say it again? Do we have to repeat?
Can we move up that condition to the condition section?
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah, okay, hold on here. Let me move that up there. Can I consult you? We want to say finishes to be earth tones for the,
Or do you
What
want
I
to say
would,
would be
what I would say
compatible?
is that the rooftop equipment be painted an earth tone color to minimize its visibility.
And if we could withdraw the motion as well.
okay. I want to withdraw the motion. Good, okay.
All right, and do we need anything? Okay, so he withdraw it, now we can redo it again. Before we do the motion, do we need to really look at the criteria, make sure all 5 criteria have been addressed?
I think that was in the staff analysis.
So we're okay. All right, I just want to make sure that we haven't skipped anything.
Okay, I'd like to make a
Okay.
new motion.
All right, Dan,
All right.
a new motion.
I move to approve HPB Resolution 06-2016, approving the Certificate of Historic Appropriateness for the Blue Ribbon Stables and View House buildings at 2670 and 2680 West Main Street with the following condition. The rooftop equipment shall be painted to minimize its visibility in earth tone colors. 2, that the applicant demonstrates to staff that the mechanical equipment is not visible from across the street per the Littleton design guidelines. The foregoing approval is based on findings that the proposed work, 1, does not detrimentally alter, destroy, or adversely affect any architectural or landscape feature which contributes to its original historic designation. 2, is in conformance with any applicable adopted design guidelines. 3, is visually compatible with designated historic structures located on the property in terms of design, finish, material, scale, mass, and height. And 4, is visually compatible with the development on adjacent properties.
Second?
I just want to add that you didn't include the screening that
Yeah,
time.
you forgot the screening.
No, you did. You had
No,
it.
I didn't.
You had it.
You said if
It was
it's
a
not.
condition.
Straight to staff.
It was my second
It is the
condition.
second
Yeah,
condition.
say the screening. You said it's not visual, it's not visible from across the street, and if it is, that they would screen it in. Did you say that?
No,
I said the
we did not
applicant.
hear that.
Oh, I didn't hear it either.
Okay, the applicant demonstrates to staff that the mechanical equipment is not visible from across the street per the Littleton design guidelines.
Or they're screened in, or they screen them.
That is
If
the
it
guide.
is visible.
They have to demonstrate that it meets the design guidelines, which is that they have to be screened from
Okay.
and not visible
So
from
it's
across the
assumed.
street.
Okay, I got it.
This is a change from the first time you'd read it, so.
Okay.
Yeah. We just wanted for clarification.
Okay, are we all good?
You were good now.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Michael, did you second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay, then let's go ahead and vote. If you're in favor of the motion.
Any discussion?
Any? Nope.
I think we got it.
Okay, motion carried. Thank you. And you are welcome to stay, but if you want to leave, don't feel that you have to. Okay, so let's move to the second COA. And that is HPB Resolution 07-16. Let's go ahead and open the public hearing. Dennis.
Thank you. This is a public hearing on a resolution adopting a certificate of historic appropriateness for the Bachelet Building at 2565, 2579 West Main Street. Bachelet Building, it's its historic name as well as its current name. Because it is in the district and contributing, the design guidelines that apply are the historic preservation design guidelines. And the project description proposes to replace 5 windows facing Main Street on the 2nd floor of the building. So the location, this is Main Street. This is Nevada, and it's on the north side. This is the Tavern, and this is First National Bank building. And this section right in here is the Bachelet building, and then this is the Lilly building just to the east of it. So along string with their joint parking in the back. And this building, I believe, the applicant's here, but I think it was actually renovated in the 1990s, originally before we had the district, before we had the design guidelines. And so they've come back several times. 2005, they came back and added 2 new windows to the west elevation, 2nd floor, and there were conditions put on that. They were to substantially match the size, configuration, design, and material of existing 2nd floor windows on the front facade of the building. And again, in 2005, they added a steel staircase at the rear of the building from an existing 2nd floor doorway to the parking lot. And then in 2012, they came back, and after Opus left, they renovated the facade on the street on the 1st floor and rehabilitated that street level storefronts, created outdoor patio space, and some fences in there now, and changed the windows in there as well. So they've got the same nano windows that we're talking about in a couple of the locations. So again, the project is to replace 5 windows. Those are the 5 windows that are across the top. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the applicant is here, and he can talk a lot about the history of those windows and issues with those windows. They are large windows, and that's part of the reason he's making the proposal that he is making. Again, the Certificate of Historic Appropriateness analysis is the board shall issue a COA for any proposed work on a historic landmark or any property in a historic district when these 5 criteria are met. And again, the criteria are proposed work does not detrimentally alter, distray, or adversely affect any architectural or landscape feature which contributes to its original historic designation. And I didn't bring the photos. I don't know if the applicant did, but the photograph of, and he could talk more about this, but the 2nd floor, the windows had been reduced, so they actually had smaller windows in these spaces, and they went back when they renovated initially and opened those up, put large windows, the double hung or single hung windows back in there. So they've done a lot of work. These are new windows as of 1994. They're not the original windows, so it adds a little bit to the discussion, I think, in terms of this is not restoring something that's been there since 1900. This is something that's been there since the 1990s. Criterion 2 is otherwise in conformance with any applicable adopted design guidelines. 3, the categories for review of the standards and guidelines that apply to Bachelet include, and it's very limited because they're looking at windows, not looking at anything else. So it's the window section, which is nice. So it's the treatment of historic windows, the energy conservation windows, and options for replacing a window. Criterion 4, when the subject site is within a historic district, the board must find that the proposed work is visually compatible with the development on adjacent properties. And the intent is to replace these windows with windows that, again, are single hung, fill the full space. The original proposal was to do a vinyl window in these spaces. And I think the applicant is still going to ask the board if that's something that you would approve. We have said we would approve this with condition that be at least a wood-clad window, so you have wood on the interior if you're going to have another material on the exterior. And he can go through and kind of talk about the history on these windows and the history on the Lilly building, the windows there as well that they own and have renovated, and why they think the vinyl windows are appropriate in this case and not visible from the 2nd floor. So he thinks that when you do the vinyl on the 2nd floor, you're not going to be able to tell, including we talk about the windows on the Lilly building already being clad. So, but again, when you're in the interior of the building, I think that at least you should have a vinyl clad so you've got that wood interior, because it does make a difference there. So criterion 5, in case of partial demolitions, and again, this is not applicable, I don't think, in terms of partial demolition, are you making sure that you minimize the impacts? So our staff recommendation is we find the proposed COA meets the 5 criteria and outlined 464 14 of the City Code and recommend approval of HP Resolution 07-2016 approving the COA for 2565 to 79 West Main Street, subject to 3 conditions. 1, per guideline 3.20, each of the 5 second-floor windows on the front facade of the Bachelor building at a minimum shall be wood-clad with either aluminum or vinyl cladding on its exterior and a wood interior. Ideally, per guideline 3.20, windows would be wood on the exterior. When you read the guidelines, they're pretty strict on this. They really say don't do vinyl. And so if we approve something other than vinyl, it does, we need to think about the implications of that. However, maybe we need to think about redoing the design guidelines, so it gives us a little more flexibility in cases like this. I think the board, discussion for the board to have in terms of which way do we go with this. Recommended conditions, each of the 2 of the new windows shall match the appearance of the original in size, dimension, single hung design, framing dimensions, profile, and finish, and the glass shall be clear. So, any questions?
Dennis, why did you say aluminum or, I see no vinyl, but why aluminum or wood? And I know the way they looked all corroded.
Oh, vinyl or aluminum for the exterior? I think that's a typical. I mean, if there's another finish that'd be more appropriate, I'm very open to that. It's just when I was looking at windows, that seemed to be what showed up was that kind of cladding. So.
I mean, don't we not want aluminum?
We don't want aluminum, I don't think. No, I think we want, I mean, part of the issue they have now is the windows are so huge that the weight is out of control in terms of trying to open the things, and they're deteriorating pretty badly because on the second floor they got the sun, they got the weather. So they've had some real issues with them, and I think the applicant may have some photographs of what that looks like. It's Reese Davis who's here tonight, and kind of show you what in his application, what the problems have been. We have other buildings downtown that have wood windows, and there are other buildings other places, and Dan may know more, or Paul may know more in terms of, are there other materials that work in these cases? I don't know, but or does the board want to stick with wood and say just there's a way to finish it, there's a way to treat it, so that you don't have those kind of maintenance issues? But anyway,
so you said aluminum or wood because of the weight.
I said aluminum or vinyl on the exterior with a wood interior is what I hope to say. I may not have said that, but that was my intent to say that it should be a wood interior, and the exterior might be either vinyl or aluminum. But I guess from what I've seen, I think vinyl probably is preferable. So again, that's just the exterior finish.
Just to clarify, in the one of the attachments shows it's a fiberglass clad too. So maybe 3 different sort of claddings.
That may be an option too. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so. And the applicant's been working with one specific manufacturer, and I think he's been branching out a little bit too, just to look at others and see what else is out there. But
would any of those materials be a problem in terms of design or the applicant?
I think the only thing that's really acceptable by historic preservation standards is the wood. And so the board has, in some cases, for example, with the J.D. Hill General Store, the board has helped pay for going in and actually restoring those windows because it was such a critical element to that building. Again, these are not historic windows. These are done in 1994. So it's a little different perhaps, although they are wood. They have the same dimensions and look like the original windows as far as they can tell from the original photographs. But they're not the original windows.
Any other questions for Dennis?
I have one, Dennis. So single hung design, there'll be an operable lower sash and a fixed upper sash?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Anything else? Okay, thank you, Dennis. We'll hear from the applicant or their representative. Can we get the overhead? Got it. Thank you.
If you could please speak in the microphone. They record everything, so,
Okay.
thanks.
I'm Reese Davis, the managing member of the ownership group of Main Street Partners One LLC, and that area is right through here. As Dennis explained very well, the objective is to replace the windows. We acquired this building in 2004, and the windows were in very difficult condition at the time. We've sort of band-aided them over time. That southern exposure has created a lot of havoc on the whole facade. We end up painting that knee wall down below, which was the subject of a COA years ago. And I couldn't convince Andrea and her team to do brick down there, so we have wood down there. And it continues to require paint almost every season. The other comment that I would allude to made this evening on behalf of the Littleton Electric application, we've tried over the years, we have a full-time maintenance guy who is very capable that services a number of our buildings. And he has done a lot of repair on these over time. And we've reached out to specialty contractors to try and do more of a full-scale renovation of the windows. And we've had absolutely no luck. And I think it's a case of a good economy and bigger projects that get their attention. What I would like to propose is what our application stated. And I think there is a provision in the code, I think it's 3.20. And we've been working with a local manufacturer, Alpen Windows. They produce a very high quality, high energy efficient, fairly lightweight window. Now, not lightweight as far as durability, but lightweight as far as operation. These are very large, very heavy windows. They're 54 inches across and almost 90 inches tall. It is a single hung window today. As Dennis mentioned, they were built or installed in 1994. They're extremely heavy. So part of the reason for going with the vinyl is because of size and ease of operation, and as importantly, energy efficiency. So, Dennis, you did a great job. Thank you for the presentation. I really don't have a lot more to say, but what I would ask of the historic board is under section 3.20, use materials in a replacement window that appears similar to the original. And the second bullet point is that an alternative material should have demonstrated durability in the local climate. And I've included information about Alpen windows. I do have sample windows here that I would like for you to look at. They say picture's worth 1,000 words. The colors would not change. It is sort of a muted white, which would also be the frame color and the sash. This is not the size. This is just the color. The size is closer to this. This is on the inside. This is on the outside. The glass would be clear, and the dimensions would be roughly identical to the dimensions that are currently there. What we would end up with is a much more durable window, an operable window, better energy efficiency. And I think the location, it also talks about location in your guidelines here that can make some variations depending on location. And the only time you really see those windows is if you're looking straight up, which is sort of odd, but you can also see them from across the street. So you get a very nice view if you're on the south side of the street looking north, but then you're also, 50, 60, 80 feet away. So that is what I would like the board to consider, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. Do we have any questions?
Sure. Could you just detail that window construction, Mr. Davis, a bit more? Is it vinyl?
Yes. It is vinyl on both sides. It has a heavy-duty foam press insulation throughout the entire frame. It is double pane, but it's clear. And it's a single hung, so that the top section is fixed. The bottom section is, movable up and down like the ones are today. And I'm happy
So
to.
the sash is,
Yes.
yeah. This is actually a vinyl window here? Yes. Okay.
So it's, yeah, so the cut sheet says it's fiberglass. That's what I'm trying to understand, that you're saying it's vinyl, but the cut sheet submitted says fiberglass.
The interior is fiberglass core foam.
The cut sheet says fiberglass frame. What's the size of the windows?
57 by 94. Huge. I mean, it takes two people to lift them today. And they're on the old cord system with the pulley. And I have more than a few complaints in the winter from my tenants when they either want to open them or get them closed again. You know, because that's, with that big of a glass opening, it's significant heat exchange, both winter and summer.
Any other questions of the applicant?
I have a question. What staff is recommending is a wood clad with either aluminum or vinyl cladding on the exterior and wood interior. So you're saying this is both vinyl inside and out, right? And they're recommending
They're recommending wood, correct?
on the inside.
Which,
I mean, they would like to have wood on both outside and inside, but I know what a problem that is because we just replaced ours. But the wood clad with either aluminum vinyl on the exterior and wood on the interior, is that a problem for you to do that?
well, by way of example, we did try and get somebody to quote. As Dennis mentioned, we renovated the Lilly building next door. And as some of you may recall, on the Lilly building, there's, I think, 7 windows across the front, but they're significantly smaller in size. And they were wood, and we did that with wood and vinyl. And 2 of those were actually bricked over. I don't know if that makes any, somehow the city had approved those to be bricked over in the 1970s because there's a ladies' dance studio up there, and they were getting complaints that drivers by were, or the dance studio was creating a nuisance, so they allowed them to brick them over. We digress. So the net of that is that we went to the contractor that installed those, and they said it wasn't, they just couldn't do them that big.
Okay.
And this really finishes the renovation of that building. As Dennis mentioned, we renovated the Finn's restaurant. We renovated all the second floor for office, parking lot, and we actually renovated all the way down to the First National, where the ownership group owns the Lilly building and the First National Bank building as well.
So it's really going to be vinyl on both sides?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's what I was getting back to. So to do well, what you're seeing really from the facade in the front is the outside anyway, which is either aluminum or vinyl. You know, I'm just going back. I'm not sure. Is it appropriate to ask Dennis a question at this point? Why were you recommending the wood exterior?
Wood interior.
Or the wood interior, I'm sorry.
Just for the look in the offices themselves. I mean, I think, you know, I think what Reese would argue probably is that if you look at that, if they're painted white, you probably can't tell if they're the same dimension. But, you know, they have a different sense to them, I think. So I mean, it was just a compromise of some sort. How can we, you know, meet both our needs here on this thing?
So to follow up, I want to make sure that I'm following this right. So the staff would like there to be wood, the frame on the interior to be wood. And you're saying, Mr. Davis, that you've checked with specialty contractors, not one exists that can, I guess, fabricate one of those for you? Or do those exist at market?
You know, they may.
Okay.
But we utilized a number of different sources. Boots Construction, who has done all the renovation for us, who installed the windows on the back of the Bachelet building. They were much smaller. did all the windows on the Lilly building, and they've been a commercial contractor here in town for 20-plus years. So, we felt like, if they couldn't find it, it'd be difficult for us to.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, this window manufacturer, this is a large window, especially large for vinyl. Do they have any in town of that size in this climate?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Because part of the criteria is if you're switching materials, you have to demonstrate that it is appropriate and will hold up in this climate. So that'd be a question I have.
Is that something you've looked into?
Excuse me?
Will it hold up in this climate for the size of the window and the material?
They have done, Alpine has installed a lot of windows in Stapleton redevelopment. I know that they've done a lot of large windows there. I don't know if they're to scale that, would be of this size. I think, the proof would be in the warranty, and, they're a very reputable window manufacturer and installer. So, I don't have any reason to believe that they wouldn't.
Anybody else? Any more questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And Denise will let us know if we have any public comments on this issue. Okay, no. All right, so let's go ahead and close the public comment section. The public hearing is now closed. And so discussion about this motion.
My thought would be, if it's a problem to get the wood clad with the wood inside and the vinyl outside, I don't have a problem with it being vinyl both in and out, because, we're just really concerned about the exterior facade. Can you hear?
And the windows were, sounds like they're not original. So, one, I don't think we can say, hey, try to restore, back to wood and wood. They're not original windows. So, the reason I asked about the fiberglass versus vinyl, I think the fiberglass tends to be a nicer material. So maybe it's a little crisper lines and things. Could be a nicer quality.
Typically much stronger, too.
Yeah, I think they are more expensive.
My thoughts are vinyl, absolutely not. I've done several building evaluations over the years, and those windows and those sizes don't hold up in this climate. I did a review of a DPS building that was less than a year old, and all the horizontal members on those windows were sagging within a year. And I don't think the owner would want that. I know the district wouldn't want it. That's my concern. And it's in the standards that if they're just basically an alternative material should have demonstrated durability in the local climate. Vinyl windows don't work well in this climate.
What would you?
There's too much temperature swing.
What do you think about aluminum?
Or what would you recommend was my question.
Fiberglass.
Okay, that's a better question.
Wood or aluminum, or demonstrate that the fiberglass will hold up. And that's why I asked if there were any installations of these windows in the sizes that is being proposed. Because I've seen problems with them, and I don't think you want a problem. I know the district doesn't want a problem. So that's my concern. They're huge windows.
Are you leaning towards stipulating that vinyl is not an option in the motion?
Well, I'm still a little fuzzy because it talks about vinyl, but the cut sheet's fiberglass. So. Yeah, I'm fine with the look of it. Once it's
The
all
public
painted,
hearing is
it's
closed,
up on
we
the
can't.
second floor. I think the profile's similar. It's not a look issue for me. It's a durability issue.
And he just said it was fiberglass, so is fiberglass better than vinyl? Or how would that?
I think I still need to be convinced that they can do that in the large window. I agree with Paul that, hey, if we can just get a sense of that there's a large-scale window like that in Denver.
But fiberglass would be okay. That's durable, is what you're saying.
It is, but I think what Paul's saying about vinyl is that there's a potential for sagging. I don't know if that's the same potential in fiberglass.
Right.
Not familiar enough with that.
Well, now I'm confused because when the applicant presented, he talked about vinyl, and now we're saying it's fiberglass?
The cut sheet says fiberglass.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And that's
Second to last page.
the material that they're using.
I guess
Are you leaning towards, should we stipulate change the motion to stipulate the material? I mean, that's what I'm hearing from people.
I'm also hearing that neither one of you are real, convinced that fiberglass is good either.
I don't know enough about fiberglass windows
I don't either.
to,
And we really don't have purview over the interior, do we?
We shouldn't be talking about that.
So the interior material, I mean, assuming it could be manufactured, could be different from the exterior material?
Correct. I think as long as it doesn't affect the exterior of the window, yeah, we don't have purview. So.
I know in most historic districts across the country, vinyl windows are condemned. They don't want to see them in a historic application at all. So perhaps fiberglass would be a better alternative if it can be proven to be of utilitarian.
that's what needs to be proven to me. I mean, if it was vinyl and the cut sheet said vinyl, I would say absolutely not. I wouldn't vote for it personally, but being fiberglass, I don't know. And I don't know in this size. I don't have any experience with it. So I'd like to see an installation that's been around for a little while just to demonstrate that it is a viable material.
Do we want to go so
I've never run
far
across
as
fiberglass windows.
as postpone
25
the
years.
motion based off of that?
If I could interject, we could continue this until the next meeting. And during that time, staff and the applicant can find other applications of this throughout the city, and we can have a vote on it at the next meeting.
Okay, and then maybe, Dennis, we could revise this motion.
Absolutely.
I guess we're leaning towards not stipulating wood on the inside. Okay.
Well, and I think what he's saying is we ought to just continue the whole case, right? And
It's
not-
your option. You, instead of denying it this time, you just continue it, and then we can just do it over at the next meeting.
Do we need a motion?
You need a motion.
And after the applicant has been able to,
Correct. At that time, the applicant
with
can,
staff to try to find a better material.
at the next public hearing, the applicant can show you there's other applications that meet the weather criteria.
And if you do want to continue it, it'd be date certain, which would be January 16th. Oh, no, I'm sorry, it's not, it's January 18th. because
Is
that's-
do you think that would be a hardship for the applicant?
Not from the discussion we've had, but we could ask, certainly.
Would that be? No. Okay. So I think we want somebody to put forward a motion to continue this discussion until the next meeting.
To a date certain of January 18th.
I move that we continue Resolution 07-2016 to January 18th.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor? Okay. Motion carried. Thank you. All right. Before we open the meeting for the next COA, we've had a situation where we received some letters that just came in today, and the board has not had a chance to read them. So can we take like a 5-minute break so that we can at least read through these? Because this is new information. Pardon?
Take a 5-minute recess.
Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute recess if we could. Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay, there we go. Is HPB Resolution 02-2016. And we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. And is it Andrea, are you going to, no, Dennis, or is it Andrea's going to, okay, Andrea's going to.
Good evening. I'm Andrea Mimnaugh of the planning staff, and I'm here tonight to present a certificate of appropriateness for a new building located at 2679 West Main Street. Brief introduction to the building is that it is proposed 4 stories, would have a mix of uses, and it is recently included into the Main Street Historic District. The presentation has 4 components to it, and first I'm going to talk about the project description, its location, and some context within the district. And then we're going to talk a little bit about process. This application has gone through other applications as well before it can move on to receive issuance of a building permit. Then we're going to talk about the code analysis that it needs to meet for being approved for certificate of appropriateness, and then finally a staff recommendation. The Littleton mixed-use building was included in the historic district earlier this month, and you can see on the map here of the historic district, I've put a black arrow down to the subject property. It was the former Valley Feed store, and that building was demolished maybe about 10, 12 days ago, and subsequently the application was submitted to the city to join the district. The community development director's job per the code is to determine whether the property will be considered contributing or non-contributing upon entering the district. And as a vacant lot, our community development director determined it to be non-contributing. Here's some street views, and on the upper one you can see the site as we've known it for all these years as the Valley Feed store. And here's how it looks now. Shown on the bottom, you can see the vacant lot, and Bradford Auto Body is shown in the background there. I put together a map here for you, made from a Bing map, just to show you where the proposed building would sit. It's within the westernmost block of the Main Street Historic District. And you are familiar that on the north side of that block, many of the buildings are set back. And that's because they were developed during the auto era when developers were looking to set back their buildings to put parking in front for convenience. That's not typical of the overall historic district, but there are several buildings on that block that do that. This building proposes to be moved forward so that it would front right onto the Main Street sidewalk. As for the project itself, I've included here in black and white a picture of the front facade where you can see all 4 stories. I've also included the color up in the corner of a perspective of what the building would look like from across the street. Again, the building is proposed at 4 stories and up to 61 feet in height. That's where the elevator shaft that you see would reach a high point, and is in the Main Street Historic District. There is red brick proposed with decorative columns. Large windows are positioned over the street level bays, and a simple brick cornice caps the first 2 stories. At the 3rd story, it features a canopy, and it is made of cedar wood, decorative canopy. And then at the 4th story, this is where residences would be proposed to live, and the developer is looking for cement board siding up at this level. This is another color rendering provided by the applicant, and in this rendering, the building is seen from the intersection of West Main, is seen from across the street. Again, looking so that you can see the side of the building, and you can see where the brick wraps around the side here. And as it wraps around, it does change color. That's a lighter brick on the lower 2 stories. At the 3rd story, here is where you can really see that the exterior is clad in metal shingles, decorative metal shingles, and that goes for the same for the elevator shaft, that vertical element that you see over on the right side, which is towards the front of the building. And then finally, in this rendering, you are getting the view of the proposed building from the intersection of South Curtis and West Main Street. You can see the Carnegie Library in the background there. Many of the buildings in the historic district are 2-story buildings, particularly in the last application that was just reviewed for the Lilly building and that block. And this building also has 2 stories at the right at the street level. And then you can see clearly in this view how the upper stories are set back. And so it is clearly a larger building, but just wanted to point out the setback from this point of view. And then finally, a site plan. You can see over on the right is where the building would sit in the 2 brown colors. And the darker brown along Main Street shows where the street level first story would be. And then you can see that there's parking in the back, and that's tuck-in parking, so that you would enter into the site where you see the vehicle entrance, and you could drive in under that tuck-in parking, and then above that area, the 2 parts of the building are then joined and go up to 4 stories. You can also see in the site plan that the parking that is exposed to the light does have landscaping in it, and that there are 4 trees and a number of shrubs and other materials planted. Okay, so moving on to process, we've got 3 applications that the applicant needs to move through before getting a building permit. The first was a plan development overlay. This was an application that deals with zoning. The applicant was looking for a variance or relaxation of a few zoning requirements to help make his project work as he would like to. And the planning board, now Planning Commission, heard that on August the 22nd, and planning board found that the criteria was met, did give it a conditional approval that the property be included in the Main Street Historic District. And as such, the property now needs to receive a certificate of appropriateness. So you see the little arrow here. This is where we are tonight with his certificate of appropriateness on December 19th. Then finally, the remaining application is a site development plan. This is an administrative review by staff, and this is where we look at all the details of the application to ensure that all of the zoning criteria is met down to the last detail, as well as utilities, stormwater, traffic patterns, and whatnot. And when finally that piece is approved, all 3 are approved, then a building permit can be submitted and issued. Let's step back here to the planning board approval. Back on August 22nd, the planning board was looking at a couple of zoning provisions here. You see the 4 of them. The first was a reduction in the required open space requirement. This property is in the B2 zoning district, and as such, there is a requirement for 20% unobstructed open space. And while that makes sense, according to the developer and many other areas of the city, on Main Street, typically what you see is a development pattern that is property line to property line with not a lot of open space. And so this developer was proposing to move the building up to the front of the property. And once you do that, it's hard to meet that 20%. There's another requirement that a portion of that open space should be up against Main Street. And the applicant was requested that that be reduced to meet the existing development pattern. and the planning board agreed. The applicant also requested to reduce the number of parking spaces and the parking stall dimensions. In the city of Littleton, we have perhaps a longer dimension for parking stalls as some other places do. And so the request was reviewed in that context and was approved at 9 feet by 18 feet, which is a fairly standard size for parking space, and was deemed to be justified and appropriate in this case because it is downtown. So under the plan development overlay, all of these can be approved, but it does need to be presented in the context of a high-quality development. And as such, the planning board looked at the site plan as well as the Littleton downtown design standards and guidelines as well. The planning board found that those design standards were met, and they did, again, I mentioned before, they did approve it, and they do have the condition on there that the property be included in the Main Street Historic District. Okay, moving on to certificate of appropriateness criteria. What I've done here is, well, you've noticed in the staff report there's a lot of criteria, and so as staff we picked out the criteria we feel is most pertinent to the property in the case to highlight here, but we're prepared to talk about any of the criteria that you may have a question on. And so the COA criteria, there are 4 criteria, and I've picked out number 4 to address here, and that is that the board must find that the proposed work is visually compatible with the development on adjacent properties. And in this section of the code, the term compatible shall mean consistent with and or enhances the mixture of complementary architectural styles. The staff's determination is that the Littleton mixed-use project will be built out to the property line on Main Street. The main entrance is located on the Main Street and includes a storefront design. And it's broken down, the building is broken down into smaller parts so as to replicate the smaller building sizes typical along the street, and will have a masonry exterior similar to many of the predominant, many of the other buildings in the Main Street district. There are smaller details such as the recessed windows and signage, and is also consistent with the character of the Main Street Historic District. At 41,641 square feet and 61 feet in height, the building would be one of the largest buildings on Main Street, but includes design elements that appear to make it visually compatible with a mixture of complementary architectural styles surrounding structures. And here we get on to the Littleton Downtown Design Standards and Guidelines, and there are a number of topics addressed within these design guidelines. Specifically, we're looking at urban design and site plan, architecture, landscape architecture, and signs. 5.3.1.S1 is that buildings shall be designed to provide human scale, interest, and variety while maintaining an overall sense of relationship with the adjoining or nearby buildings. And this is similar to the COA criteria that I just talked about and discussed. And the staff feels that because of the bays, the storefront that is along Main Street, and the detailing and the setback of the upper floors, it does provide a sense of relationship with the surrounding buildings. The next standard is 5.3.2 S6, to use lasting materials that weather well and gracefully age. We've talked about materials. The applicant is proposing brick, metal shingle, and cement board. The next standard is that new buildings shall possess an architectural character that respects the traditional design principles of historic buildings along Main Street. And in fact, the building, again, being a little bit repetitive here, but at the ground floor, we're looking at a storefront, and we're looking at windows that are organized similarly to other historic buildings on the second floor up and down Main Street. They are large and staff believes are proportioned appropriately to the size of the building. And then this final standard on this slide is that parking lots serving Main Street buildings shall be located at the rear of buildings. Side parking lots shall be avoided along Main Street in order to maintain the continuity of the buildings along frontage on Main Street. And so regarding the location of the parking lot, you saw from the site plan that in fact there is a parking located at the side of the site. And the entrance to that parking lot is across a sidewalk on Main Street. So there is a section of the design guidelines that talks about if you have unique circumstances, an exception can be made. In this case, there is a unique situation because there is no alley in back of the property. And furthermore, it's not on a corner with a side street. And so the only way for cars to be able to access it would in fact be from Main Street. And so that parking lot, staff believes, is justified in this case. So as for the standards all on this slide, the staff believes that all standards appear to be met. Okay, so the next standard has to do with the great majority, if not all, of the facade facing Main Street, and for corner buildings, the facade along an intersection street shall be composed of modular brick. We looked at the elevations, and as pointed out, the first two levels of the building are proposed in brick, and that brick does wrap around to the sides of the building. The applicant, in accordance with standard number 2 on this slide, is agreed to provide highly transparent glass for the windows and storefront. The next standard is parking area standards, and that one has to do with landscaping internal to the parking lot. There's a criterion that at least 5% of that area be landscaped, and the applicant has met that standard, in fact, has provided 6%. And we are counting just the portion of that parking lot that's open to the open air, not the tuck-in. The final criterion is that where a parking lot adjoins a street, screening of cars is required. From the site plan, you saw that there is screening, and it is in the form of a wall, a brick wall, and there's also a strip of landscaping to help supplement it, so that as you walk along Main Street as a pedestrian, there will be some screening to divert your gaze from the parking lot right there. Now, in looking at the certificate of appropriateness for a large building such as this, there are a lot of details that aren't yet developed. And that's been highlighted in the staff report that you received. And they seem to concern signs, screening, and parking lot lighting in particular. And I've put some of those standards up here on the slide for you to take a look at. And what staff is proposing is that through the site development plan application, that the staff review these final details to ensure that they're consistent with the design guidelines, and is recommending that if the Historical Preservation Board would like to approve this project, that it be done so conditionally upon staff finding that the rest of these smaller detail criteria are met. So in conclusion, staff feels that the criteria for certificate of appropriateness and the downtown Littleton design standards and guidelines are compatible with the project, and is recommending approval of the certificate of appropriateness. And as I mentioned, further details are needed on landscaping, signage, and screening, and can be reviewed for consistency by staff through the site development plan application. Staff is recommending conditional approval. And so that's it, and I'm available for any questions.
So Andrea, just to cap it off, all the design criteria for COA have been met, the design criteria for the design guidelines downtown are met, and the Planning Commission has approved it based on our.
Well, let's talk about that. So I think that, and this was in the report, the Planning Board did review the downtown design standards and guidelines, and they, as a board, determined that the standards were met. Now that the project is in the historic district, the Historical Preservation Board must also make that determination that the design standards are met. And it is recognized that this board may come to a different conclusion than the planning board. So from the applicant's perspective, they need to satisfy from two different boards.
Why did the Planning Commission make that stipulation that they had to join the district?
Well, I'm not sure I can directly speak to them, but what I got from that conversation was that they were interested in a higher level of design that the Historical Preservation Board would be looking at. And in fact, the analysis that we've provided here in the staff report that you have is more substantial than the one that the Planning Board had received. There's also that other criterion in the Certificate of Appropriateness for in the Historic Preservation Code that was addressed as well.
Did they receive any letters like we received?
I don't recall that there were letters. I do recall that there were perhaps one or two people who came to speak during the public hearing.
And were those individuals for or against the approval?
I believe there was one opposing. Now that I think about it, I think there may have been two who were for the application.
Questions?
I have one. Andrea, are all the properties on that side of Main Street in the B2 zoning from Merle's all the way to Carnegie Library?
Well, let's go back to the map here. The zoning map is a little bit odd on this block, and I believe that all the properties are in B2 except for the Main Street Center, which is on the north side. Now, you may know that the rest of the other three blocks of Main Street are zoned CA, which stands for Central Area District. And as such, there are different zoning requirements in that district. In the CA zone, for example, there is no front setback the way you have in a B2 zone district. In the CA zone district, you can build to a maximum of 3 stories or 40 feet. There is no floor area ratio requirement, and there's only a 10% open space requirement. Now compare that to the B2 district, and there you have a 20-foot length, well, not 20, depends on the size of the configuration of the lot, but you do have a requirement to put landscaping in front of the building, between the building and the property line. And there's a floor area ratio limit of 2 to 1. There is no building height. And the open space requirement in B2 is 20%. So in other words, the zoning on Main Street does change significantly between the first 3 blocks and then that final westernmost block.
And without Historic Preservation Board or staff Historic Preservation staff overview, these all met the requirements for a B2 approval? With the modifications you outlined here.
To clarify, we're talking about the proposed to the building that we're talking about tonight?
Yeah, the building that we're talking
specifically. We are not complete with our site development plan application, but we are through it enough to know that all the big ticket items, such as the floor area ratio, the height, are met. And then through that planning board plan development overlay application, the applicant was able to secure a few zoning waivers, which I mentioned before, through parking and open space.
Can I clarify one of those? I guess it's a variance or variations. It has to do with the upper floor setbacks.
Yes.
So I just noticed some conflicting language and just needed some clarification. There's language in there that says that the stair and elevator corridors and associated lobbies may be located within 12 feet of the Main Street right-of-way. Then there was the architects, or LAI, had a narrative that actually said stair and elevator cores. So I don't know if that's a... Which is right?
We'll have to defer to the applicant at that time.
Okay, thank you.
And then, can you just summarize again? The first floor is retail, second floor is?
Yes, first floor is proposed to be retail, and you see the bays there. There could be up to 3 or possibly 4 retail stores there, and that also includes a bank. The next 2 floors, the applicant is looking at office space, and then the 4th and highest story would be apartments.
So no restaurants on second or third?
We have not discussed that, and in calculating the parking requirement, there is a much higher parking ratio count for any time you put in a restaurant. And so that has not been factored into this development at all, and probably could not happen unless some other sort of parking arrangement were made on a district-wide basis downtown.
Can you go to your approval criteria? I think it was I didn't write it down, 1.3.
Approval criteria.
In terms of materials.
Are you talking about a standard?
Yeah, you talked about it and approval of it. And I recall your conversation really had more to do with the first 2 stories, and I wanted to get your feedback on the upper 2 stories.
The upper 2 stories?
In terms of material compatibility with the district?
Yes, sure. I think that's standard 5.3.1.S2. And what the standard says is that for any Main Street buildings that are higher than 2 stories, then the upper floors shall be set back, and the maximum allowance of visibility shall be 25% visible to pedestrians from the center of the sidewalk directly across the street. Now, there are exceptions to that 25% rule, and one of them is for an improvement in material qualities. The staff's analysis is that the use of the brick on both stories that wraps around the side, the use on the 3rd level of the decorative metal shingles, and also for the vertical element for the elevator shaft represent, and I should also add, and the cedar wood canopy represent higher quality materials, and therefore found that this exception to that 25% rule has been met.
So your take on it, just because they're high quality materials means they're appropriate for the district? Is that what I'm understanding your approval?
Well, the criterion doesn't necessarily address the district itself. This is taken from the Downtown Design Standards and Guidelines, which is a separate document. Dennis talked about this a little bit earlier tonight. It's a separate document than the design guidelines specifically for the district. So what we're working with here is a new building within the district and a criterion that asks the board and staff to look at quality materials in that context. And so in that context, we looked at the brick, the metal shingles, and the wood canopy, and found that that represented higher quality, and found that it was met.
Just for clarification, higher quality versus the other buildings in the general vicinity, or I'm just looking for a comparison. They're better materials than what?
The standard doesn't specify beyond that, and so we can only surmise what lower quality materials might be.
What's the height limitation for the B2 zoning?
The B2 zone district, there is no height limit.
Okay.
Any other questions of Andrea? Not? Thank you, Andrea, and we'll hear from the applicant or their representative.
And I just want to make one clarification from staff presentation. There was 4 commenters to the planning board presentation. All were against. There was also 1 letter in opposition to the project.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Josh Rowland. I'm with LAI Design Group, representing the applicant. Our address is 88 Inverness Circle East in Inglewood, Colorado. Thank you for the opportunity tonight to present this. I'd like to start by thanking Andrea and Dennis and Jocelyn and all of staff for helping us over the last 12 plus months. We've had a lot of work behind this project. We're excited to present it this evening. I wanted to start by kind of going over a high-level explanation of our design process. Andrea did a great job really getting into the details, and so I don't want to belabor the details. I think that's been addressed both in the staff report and in Andrea's presentation appropriately. I just wanted to kind of give you a perspective of where the applicant came from the beginning during the design process and how we got to the project as it stands before you today. First, I want to go over the site planning goals that we had when we first started with the project and our overall architectural design concept, and then touch briefly on some of the details of the PDO approval as well. I think some of the questions you've asked already kind of begin to clarify some of those details. In general, I think you folks have probably identified that there are some conflicts between the B2 zone district as well as some of the downtown design guidelines. So our big task in the site planning process was to identify some of those conflicts and then try to create some resolutions with staff's help that tried to meet both the intent of the design guidelines and to the best of our ability meet the intent of the zone district as well. And that gave us a couple of choices as we were beginning to kind of situate the building in conjunction with the access to the site and the parking as well. A couple of factors controlled some of our decision making. We had to consider the location of the Carnegie Library building. That's spoken about quite a bit in the design guidelines, and making sure that we're respectful of that building and the view corridors towards that. We had to consider what the rest of the block might look like in the future. We understand that these design guidelines have been put in place to dictate the future of Littleton and its redevelopment. While this has been a pretty industrial part of town in the past, I think the design guidelines really identify the future and how that may look as these uses become somewhat incompatible, and they, folks like the Bradford Auto Body as well as the Valley Feed Store, those properties are starting to be looked at as opportunities for revitalization. So we had to look at how that Main Street fabric would continue both from this side and into the downtown corridor. We then also had to consider the open space because the B2 district has a big precedent set on quality pedestrian open space. And lastly, more of a functional standpoint, we had to consider how we get in and out of the site and how we accommodate both service and emergency access. Your fire department had quite a lot to say about making sure that the proposal here tonight could both be serviced from an emergency standpoint as well. So with that, the site, our opinion and the way that we kind of worked through this process with staff was that we wanted to situate our building footprint more on the east side of the property so that we could make sure that we kept the views and the sight line down Main Street open towards the Carnegie Library. That also allowed us to set up a section along Main Street where we pulled the building to the property line that could be continued to the east as future sites redevelop. And lastly, the corridor that we use, we've reduced 2 driveway curb cuts down to a single one on the west side of our building. But we didn't want to treat that as just the standard driveway into a parking lot. We've enhanced that with specialty pavings and have tied it into a loading zone area along the western edge that is then bordered by a pedestrian plaza that allows the egress to and from Main Street into the parking area. A lot of these criteria, as you read through the details of the downtown design guideline, are spoken to specifically, and we've spent a lot of time vetting this project through those guidelines, as has staff. In general, our architectural design concept has been the idea of a modern addition to a traditional building. We've taken the storefront elevations along Main Street, where we've held true to the architectural character of the historic buildings along Main Street, with storefront elevations on the main level, some with recessed entries to create some pedestrian respite areas, to create a sense of entry into those retail and office spaces on the main floor, with a second level of a broken down window concept above that's very consistent with the historical elevations you see along Main Street. And you see this in a lot of places. You see it in smaller downtowns. You see it in downtown Denver, where a traditional building has been added to or had a renovation added to the back. And so we're trying to delineate in order to hold true to the character of those 2-story elevations along Main Street while we extended, the rest of the building in a way that makes it look as though it were an addition to an existing traditional building. So that's what set up some of the breaks in materials and colors and planes. That building edge along Main Street is repeated over and over again in the design guidelines, making sure that the building facade is pulled right up to Main Street. What we thought would be worthwhile, because we understand and we've heard from residents both during the PDO that this building appears out of scale and large for Main Street. And I think it's worth looking ahead into the future as properties like the Bradley Auto Body are revitalized and redeveloped. We've prepared an exhibit on the top of the screen here that shows if future storefronts were redeveloped and added along the north side of Main Street, what that does to the views of the rear of our building. You can see that small portions of our vertical elevator shaft and stair corridors can still be seen, but that future development could very well obscure 80 or 90% of the rear of the building. So I think it's hard to look at a building on its own, but when you start to look at it in context, it really does provide a little bit of buffering and an idea of what Main Street could look like in the future. What both of these views also show is that by situating that building, pulling it towards the east, we're really trying to maintain those views to the mountains and to the Carnegie Library beyond. It's clear in those design guidelines that they anticipate buildings of this nature in the future. It speaks to maintaining the 2-story character, but they provided a specific guideline to how upper levels should step back. And for the most part, we have met the specific nature of those criteria. However, what's been accounted for in the PDO with a portion of those facades being allowed to get pulled forward, that's more of a functional component of the building where we place our stair and elevator circulation and egress. It needs to be up close to Main Street so that it meets the safety requirements for exiting the building. If it gets pushed too far back, as it might if it were to strictly adhere to the building step back criteria, it would be in the middle of the building instead of out at the edge where it needs to be for fire safety considerations. So that was the main reason that we lobbied with staff to put that criteria into the PDO. We did work back and forth quite a bit with staff to add glazing, add different materials, and treat that component differently than the main level street facades that are the traditional red brick, so that it, one, met the criteria that Andrea had mentioned about high-level materials, but two, set itself apart somewhat from what we're trying to define as that traditional building elevation. And then, some of the other key points of the design, downtown design guidelines are encouraging mixed use. That was a very important component of the project for the owner. Having a vibrant retail storefront on Main Street with an active lobby space for the office and residential spaces above to really activate that space was important. It was important to bring opportunities for jobs and getting people into the downtown area during the day so that they can frequent local businesses and really energize this part of downtown. And then, having the residential above. We tried to limit that so it's not putting too many permanent residents on the site, but what we're proposing are 5 high-end apartment buildings on the top floor. It was also important that we had some real high-quality open space opportunities for residents above the street level. We have a great deck space on the 3rd level out from those office spaces that use that parapet wall of the 2nd floor elevation as their railing. We're really trying to, with those 3rd and 4th floor elevations, change the tone a little bit of the building. Again, that traditional storefront with that modern addition on the back, trying to do something that is, exciting and something that will, energize some of the architectural character on Main Street. And also in trying to establish the mass of the building, both the width and the depth, we looked to other buildings along Main Street and saw that, in general, some of the storefront massings consisted of buildings that were somewhere between 50 feet in width and 100 feet in width. And to go much longer than that, we felt like would create too much of a building mass along Main Street, as well as our considerations of needing to get access to and from the rear of the property. So we felt like that was a nice proportion, that it fit well within some of the context of the other buildings along Main Street. And again, just back to trying to be compatible, I think this image on the bottom really dictates well how the character from the pedestrian view still fits well within the character of the Main Street elevations. And then I wanted to point out, kind of zoom in on a few of the details. I know you've got a very thick packet of information, but I just wanted to provide a little bit of detail on some of the setback criteria. This top image, the 2 little red dashes show that those portions of the building that meet the specific criteria of the setback from Main Street. You can see where we see 25% of the elevation of those upper floors. There's a very small portion of this wood canopy on the 2nd floor that extends outside of that location. And then you can see beyond just that short portion of the front elevation that extends out for the stair and elevator shaft areas. And to clarify the question about the core versus the corridor, maybe it was just a misuse of words intending the same thing. It's the lobby space that is needed to service the stair and elevator, and the stair and elevator cores themselves were both allowed within that step back area. I think we spelled it out specifically as no more than 25% of that front elevation could extend into those required step back planes. So let's see. And again, colors have been considered in the brick treatments. In that lower image, the darker red brick that is consistent with the traditional building design wraps around both sides, but it ends where the storefronts end, and then a different color of brick is picked up to kind of insinuate that building addition component. And so to wrap up, I just wanted to kind of go over the criteria that were approved as part of the PDO zoning application. Again, the B2 criteria is really written for a larger anchor type retail center. It speaks to orienting open space along the right of way and a higher level of open space where you might find at a grocery store or an inline retail space where you would want some separation from the right of way, and where you'd want internal landscape islands and landscaping up next to the building. It's really counterintuitive to the downtown design guidelines, which dictate pushing the buildings directly on to the Main Street right-of-way so that you have that presence of the building and maintaining that streetscape. The parking reduction we were requesting at the time because we couldn't enter the historic district until we demolished the buildings. The applicant wanted some level of dialogue with staff and with the planning board to understand if the project was something that the city and staff could support. You know, we've worked tirelessly for, 16 months now. We've had help from your external architectural review group, from Andrea. Dennis has participated. They've all tried to make this a better project. We've listened. We've changed the building in many instances to comply with what staff felt was a project that they could bring both before planning board and before the Historic Preservation Board and support wholeheartedly and bring forward as a quality project. So we're excited about this. We appreciate the opportunity to come before you tonight, and I'm here to answer any questions that you all might have. Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant?
Well, you want me to start?
Go ahead, Marty.
I'm not an architect, so I'm not sure. In your letter, you mentioned something about bollards, B-O-L-L-A-R-D-S. What exactly is that?
Those are those posts that you see a lot of times between parking and sidewalk areas that keep automobiles where they're supposed to be.
Okay. Never heard the term. The other thing I wanted to ask you about parking, I would assume the parking is only for the tenants, not public. You won't have any public parking spaces in there, right?
Well, there's a unique opportunity that I'm sure we will vet entirely through the SDP process, but the fact that over half of the parking stalls required for this project are for office use, those folks work from 8 to 5, and they're not being used in the evenings and on weekends generally. And we've discussed the opportunity to have those spaces be, for lease or for rent or for the, for the use of evening and weekend patrons. So, that was one of the components of our PDO application that we really touted because, with a mixed-use project, you have some of those relationships that actually open up parking during the times when the city needs it the most. So we haven't ironed out all the details, but if it's metered or if it's a booth where people have to pay for certain hours, it's been discussed.
Okay. That's good. Do you have any idea how many offices you'll have in there? Has that been determined?
Right now we're going to be finishing the building just core and shell. So whether or not you have a single tenant on each floor or have each of those floors broken up into 2 or 3 tenants, we don't know that yet. We have some interested parties, but nothing that's been agreed to.
Okay. Another question, a non-architect question. Why is the elevator shaft so high? I mean, it just seems to be really sticking up.
Elevators require what's called an overrun, and it's where some of the mechanical equipment above the floor that it services is needed. And so that's why that component there is raised above.
So speaking about that, has there been any consideration of maybe swapping the location of the stair and the elevator core to maybe get some of that elevator mass back further, and then maybe you have the opportunity of having the stair, switching it out there, sort of a lower mass, and then maybe even consider windows just to get a little additional transparency, and maybe that would help to sort of reduce the scale of that element?
We're already into some of the mechanical system designs, and so the location of this elevator equipment room is in a place where it's, at this point, we've kind of determined its best location. So, one thing we did do with staff was we had the lobby on the west side and the stair and the elevator on the east side, and they felt that by swapping those out and wrapping that glazing around the lobby on those 2 floors, because the predominant view as you're traveling west on Main Street is of that elevation as opposed to the elevation looking from the west to the east. So that was one of the considerations that we made and changes we made. But right now, due to where electrical panels are located and the best location for mechanical rooms, this has proven to be, in our opinion, the best orientation inside the building, and it's hard to put glazing on fire egress stairs without, I think to the extent that staff would like to see it with transparency and decorative windows, you end up with more fire rated, and I don't know the practicality of putting windows inside our fire egress stair is really something that we would like to consider.
It could reduce the scale of that element, though. I guess that's that's just kind of something that just kind of stands out, is that it's a predominant element, and consider swapping its location, or how do you articulate it a little bit more to maybe sort of bring down the scale of it?
We had explored things like brick on those components, and ultimately I think staff felt like changing the material from those ground floors was preferable, but we'd certainly be open to other material additions or articulations if that was something the board felt needed to be done.
Can you talk a little bit more about the architectural character, especially of the third and fourth floors in this building, the scale and how that relates to the scale of buildings in downtown Littleton?
Well, I mean, I think it's difficult to say how it relates to the scale of existing buildings when there aren't very many 3- and 4-story buildings downtown. But, the zone district that we are in allows, if we comply with the design guidelines, that we can go above those 2 floors. So we have, tried to be very respectful by adhering to those step backs and making those materials somewhat a little more simple, instead of as decorated as some of those ground level brick facades are, so that they receded into the background to some extent. So I think that's one of the benefits of going from that traditional elevation on Main Street to the more simple and modern approach. As it steps back, as they do tend to recede a little bit into the streetscape. And, I'll just, go back to this elevation where in the future, if we do get development where Bradley Auto Body is, it really does help to hide and to kind of obscure views to those elevations behind the front street elevation.
With respect to scale, was there any discussion of, I see the setbacks and the materials you've talked about. Was there any discussion about the scale of the building and looking at a third and fourth floor that weren't so big and high, and or you came to them with this is the way it is, and then all they did, there was rearrangements of materials around the side and the elevator element?
Yeah, are you talking about maybe well, one of the things we've tried to do, because we understand some of the scale issues here, was to, as we go up, not only step in from the front, but step in from the sides, which we've done. And it's not always evident from the views that we choose here, but I think this one here shows it well, in that, the third and especially the fourth floor, where we're accommodating decks for the residential apartment units, those floors continue to step in on all 3 sides, both the front and the 2 sides. So we tried to be respectful in that regard.
I guess I'm trying to get a handle on, did this come to staff about what it is, with the exception of materials and a couple step backs? Is this is it? It's not under negotiation for something that's a little bit more, a scale a little bit more in tune with downtown Littleton?
This is very similar to what we presented originally to staff, and staff had never objected in terms of the broader discussion of scale and scope. They looked at the B2 zone district, which doesn't have a maximum building height. They looked at the design guidelines, which require certain step backs from Main Street, but there weren't any criteria that would allow them to basically have an opinion about how they felt. Now, we relied back on staff to tell us, well, I can't put that much on staff. They can only respond to the design guidelines that you guys have before you. They've certainly been helpful in trying to make recommendations about how this building would be better received at both the planning board and the historic preservation board. So.
Plus, this was approved by the planning board.
Correct.
Right. So it's been through their zoning and all of that, all their requirements.
Well, and there were many details approved as a part of that planning approval. Now, it did require that we join the district, but the planning approvals included, the step back criteria. It included the parking and the orientation of the driveway along Main Street. It included the building height. It included, the floor areas as it related to the parking ratios. So this, as I mentioned, we've been at this for quite a while, and this project has been vetted thoroughly, at least by staff and the planning board.
I have could we look at, again, the site plan, which is page 8 of 24, because I have some questions about it. It's mainly about me understanding what I'm looking at.
Sure.
I see where the parking goes in and out, and that's a specialty paving, right, that you have there. Then where it says, what is that? I can't read it because I've got a small one. A loading zone, is that what that is? To the right of it, what is that area there? Is that the pedestrian or the pedestrian zone?
Yeah, that's about a 12-foot wide pedestrian area. And one of the specific criteria of the design guidelines is that when you have parking in the rear, that pedestrians are given a route to and from Main Street. And so, rather than give you a 3-foot wide sidewalk or, really crunch up the pedestrian and vehicular circulation, we've tried to create opportunities for, outdoor pedestrian spaces. We have benches and planters that are proposed as part of our site plan details. And so I think it goes without saying that, especially along the Main Street elevation, we have chosen all high-quality materials and furnishings and are paying very close attention to the pedestrian environment along Main Street.
Okay. I think what threw me off, it says loading space.
So one of
the
city's criteria in a parking lot and for commercial buildings is that we provide one loading space.
Okay.
And we've treated that with, high-quality paving materials as well, so it doesn't look and feel like a loading space, and when it's not being used for that, can be also, used by pedestrians to move to and from the parking area.
Then on the east side, Bradford Auto Body abuts your wall, right, according to the site plan that she had. And how far forward do they come here?
Well, actually, you can see it pretty well in the site plan. We've taken this front portion of the building
I see
and have a zero lot line there, where in the future you may have another, storefront condition. But for the, purposes of working with the existing conditions where we have an existing use, that Bradford Auto Body, their roof eaves actually overhang onto our property. They have some stoops and retaining walls that are on our property. So we've done a step back of about 5 or 6 feet along, behind the front elevation and along the rear to allow, these two uses to coexist.
Okay. Then on the west side, that would be the southwest corner. What is going in that space there? It's kind of to the west of the building and to the south of the outside parking.
Where the areas that are labeled as PA, those are planter areas. And so to meet the 5% landscaping criteria in parking lots, we have provided that in the buffer areas around those parking. So those are going to be landscaped with plant material that will help to screen the parking area.
But between there and the sidewalk, what is all of that space?
I'm not exactly sure which one you're talking about.
Off the property.
That's off the property, is that?
I believe that's the adjacent property.
So the adjacent
Yes.
property sits
Yes.
right in there?
Yes.
That small, somewhat residential structure, it's the hairstylist next to the melting
Okay, so
pot.
that fits in there, okay. All right, I think now I can, okay. Thank you.
As a design, have you guys done any renderings from Santa Fe looking east?
We have not.
I'd just be kind of curious to see what the scale is from Santa Fe. I think it'll be predominant from Santa Fe. which kind of leads me to my other comment, is the scale of that northwest stair. Is there maybe some consideration about some, I don't know if there's masonry articulation? I think that'll be a dominant element from the Santa Fe view. Maybe some considerations. I don't know. I mean, I know you have to bring a stair up to the roof, and so you can't really lower it. But if there's, is there some volume that could be taken out at the above the, the landing or something? Just
maybe cutting the top corner off.
Potentially, it's that could relate to the Columbine Mill House has some shed roofs, but I think that element's going to be visible from Santa Fe, and that's why it just would be interesting to see kind of what the building would look like from looking east.
I think we could certainly explore some of those options. Our goal was to treat it with a very muted and light colored material so that it blended in somewhat. I mean, we do have the benefit of, I believe what's referred affectionately to as Skunk Hollow down there. There's a lot of tree and vegetation that's very tall and mature. So if, I think probably the southbound Santa Fe traffic would have the most probably commanding view of this, as opposed to folks traveling north, which might have views obscured by the melting pot and other buildings. And so coming southbound, we do have that benefit. Granted, it's 6 or 8 months out of the year when there's leaves on the trees, but there is significant vegetation along that area at a pretty high elevation. So that's better.
Do you have any drawings that show the context of this building with the adjacent properties? I know you showed us one of future development, but that's not there. I mean, that tends to obscure your building, but that's not the reality, and we don't know if that's going to be. We
actually did the before and after here, where these are the Bradford Auto Body buildings in their current configurations. And each of these show the surrounding buildings. You can even see the small house here. You can see the Carnegie Library here. If you go back, you can see, I guess those are views we've taken. Yeah.
Looked at one adjacent property. You haven't looked at it as the block as a whole.
We actually have modeled all the buildings on the block, but where we and staff had decided the views needed to be shown from. I mean, if there were specific ones you'd like to see, we can certainly provide those. But on the north side of Main Street, they're all single-story buildings with the exception of Merle's, with high parapets. So they have massings of roughly 2-story buildings. At least the professional building has a high parapet. The Bradford Auto Body is a kind of a low single-story metal building. Merle's is it's a 2-story, but the second is quite a bit set back. And then the buildings along the south side of Main Street are all kind of 1.5 stories with tall parapets and roof configurations.
I mean, I'd be interested in seeing the building in scale with the properties within a couple blocks of it, because I think I'd just like to see that.
One other little thing. So there just is seems to be an inconsistency between the bottom rendering and the east elevation. The parapet height over the stair lobby and the elevations looks lower. So I wonder if that again could actually reduce the scale a bit. I don't know if you have that east elevation handy.
I think I do.
It's just that I think the rendering is showing that mass being taller.
Part of it is just when you do these 3D renderings and you're trying to get kind of the fishbowl lens to get the proper look. I think, I can show you here. This is a 2-scale, and this is these 2-dimensional black and white elevations show the difference between the top of the 4th floor parapet and the top of the elevator overrun. And so I believe it's pronounced not in our favor just by the 3D modeling software that we have and how we're trying to make sure we see the whole building. But I mean, you can see it's only what appears to me maybe 24, 30 inches above the parapet line of the
Right,
Does
if you
that
go back to, if you go back to your rendering, I'd almost have to, you keep going to the, that one right there at the bottom. The metal shingles, so right, if you move your mouse, I think that line right there that's the line, if you look, that goes all the way across in the elevation. So it almost looks like there's go to the elevator shaft. So go up right there, and then keep going to the right there. I don't think that, per your elevations, I don't know that that's there. I think that's dropped.
Well, we're looking at the east side, whereas the elevation I showed you before is from the west.
No, I think it's the east side. You don't happen to have page, is it page 6 of 24?
I have it here.
So there's that, you sort of have this lower parapet elevation over those 4 windows, and it's consistent all the way across. Mm-hmm. And I think in the rendering, it looks like it pops up. I'm just wondering if that would make the scale of that element a little bit lower.
You know, what I think has happened is that as we had continued to update some of the architectural elevations, the model might not have gotten totally represented accurately. So I agree that's something that we need to modify.
So that may be lower than what it looks
Right,
like
what he's
in that
saying
picture.
is that this piece here is going to drop down to the same elevation as this here.
What is the height of the 2-story section on the street? You don't give that, I didn't see in the packet. You give floor elevations, but not building heights.
If there's the 2 stories that are on the,
Mm-hmm. You give the height of the melting pot, but you don't give the height of that 2-story portion.
Well, the 3rd floor, finished floor elevation is at 26, almost 27 feet. And so that parapet would be another 42 inches or so above that, so another 3.5 feet. So we're looking at, 30.5 feet.
So that 2-story portion is higher than the melting pot?
well, the melting pot's only 1 story, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
We have sections that show, yes, I would.
I'm looking at page
Yes.
6 of 24. It appears like the 2-story section is higher than the Carnegie Library.
Maybe by a foot or so.
Okay. So that parapet height is around 30 feet?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
I have a question about, it's the bottom, that's the west elevation. The thing that really stands out to me is there's so many different colors going on there, and that's visual everybody's going to get driving west on Main. And I'm wondering why you changed the brick color in the back, where the garage is. If it's the same color brick as the front, that would reduce maybe one of the colors, I don't know.
I think
You know what I'm saying? There's just,
I do.
It seems
I
like a
think-
lot of colors going on there.
part of it was the design concept, but I think we'd certainly be open to other suggestions for maybe continuing the red brick. We just felt like breaking up some of those planes was beneficial as well.
Any other questions?
West facade of, so that's going to be pretty visible because of the parking lot. And I'm talking about the 2-story element of the blonde brick. It looks like there's some articulations over the headers, and that's great. And just maybe if there's other sort of horizontal scaling articulations and just kind of some variety on that facade, because it will be visible. I think right now it just is kind of plainer. And I don't know that it needs to be the same sort of articulation as the front red part, but maybe just some scaling elements and just give some of that variety, because it is going to be, it's not a side elevation like it's I think the whole thing's got to be 360 degrees architecture
Absolutely.
anyway. But I think, just to sort of give that elevation some interest.
Does the board feel that the blonde brick is a little too different from the red brick? And I mean, maybe in conjunction with a complementary yet more similar in color.
I'm kind of torn because, I mean, if you look, there's precedent when you look at some of the historic buildings downtown now, the front is one brick color, and there's instances where when they turn the corner, it's something different. So in that regard, it
I mean, I think
could be
we felt
considered compatible.
Like treating it all too similar, that would enhance the mass. And so we were trying to break up those planes and have it feel like different parts and pieces so that it had a little bit of variety there. But I don't disagree that adding a little bit of additional articulation along those side elevations to decorate them, maybe in a more simple and contemporary manner than the traditional manner that we have on the front, could benefit the project.
I think that would be good because, who knows how long it's going to take to build that block, and that's what everybody's going to be seeing.
Sure.
It's going to be that side. I have one last question. On the lighting, which you had back here, the lighting fixtures, they all seemed so contemporary to me for historic preservation.
And
For the historic, I don't know if did any of you look at these lighting fixtures?
we have,
And I'm not sure exactly where on the buildings these specific ones go.
I think
I
my
don't know.
response to that statement would be that we don't have very many light fixtures to begin with. There are a few poles in the parking area, and there's a few wall packs along the west side. There's some pretty strict criteria that we can't have light extend off the property line, so we don't have much lighting on the front of the building other than some recessed cans in those recessed areas of the front elevation. And so really they're intended mainly because our side elevations are that more contemporary character, that they're just very simple and there's not a lot of ornate decoration to them. We do have, we're doing the street poles, the pedestrian poles, consistent with the existing Main Street pedestrian poles. So
and they look good on
right.
here, but
So
I wasn't sure where these other ones
where it relates to
go.
that traditional building, we're using the traditional lighting. Where it relates to the contemporary component, we're using the more simple fixtures. And we tried to pick colors and locations that really kind of blend into the elevation.
So they won't be right on the front of the building?
No, they will not. They're only on the west side.
Is there any street tree? Is there a street tree requirement in front of the building along Main Street?
In speaking with your forestry/landscape department, we are going to remove one tree that's not healthy, and we're going to leave one tree that is, and then replace it. I think we have 2 more. So we're keeping with that repetitive street trees and grates. We're adding 2 along the west side of the building and additional ones back in the parking area. So every opportunity that we have to place a tree, we're doing so.
So how many will we have on Main Street then, do you think?
We're going to have 1, 2, 3. We have 1 here at the the west end, 2 and 3.
Oh, okay. Put those in the rendering.
What's that?
Put them in the rendering.
Well, it's funny, at the planning board, the trees were obscuring the elevations, and so
I get it.
We want to make sure that people can see what's going on. I think I made a specific comment that the trees are there. We're making sure you guys can see what we're presenting.
I think that'll help bring the scale of ability down as well.
I have a comment on the color and the change of materials. I personally like that. I think that it adds a lot of visual interest to it, and it feels like the way a downtown area develops organically. It's not all the same material, and it wasn't built all at the same time. I like it.
Thank you.
I have to agree, the the different materials helps break down the scale of the building. Can you talk just a little bit more about the contemporary nature of the third and fourth stories, what elements you're pulling from downtown, what that ties into? Or is that just, I guess, tell me, I understand you talked about making it distinctive, but can you relate that to other pieces downtown?
I think the best way to describe it is that, Littleton currently has a very eclectic mix of architectural styles. And so we felt like that gave us a little bit of design freedom to introduce a component different from the traditional storefront. There's even statements in the design guidelines that speak to opportunities for the future and kind of, stepping beyond the traditional the traditional styles in downtown. So we felt like that by treating this entire building the same, that it would look like a large monolithic mass. And our goal was with color and materials and styles to break that up while not going too crazy. We've got our traditional storefront, and then we've got the top that is sort of the top remodel addition on the back. So, we tried to keep some kind of subdued colors and tones to the materials. This, I believe the tone on the metal shingles is called a copper penny. And so it's going to have some fairly subdued and organic looking feel to it. That cedar is a nice kind of, comfortable material that people like and you can kind of touch and feel. It's got a lot of rich character to it. And then honestly, that fourth floor, as it continues to step back and is not very visible at all, especially from the pedestrian environment along Main Street. We just tried to keep it simple with cement board and some decorative balcony covers and just a more kind of muted color scheme. So.
Anything else?
And I would just ask that if it pleased the board, that if you could provide some specific direction related to the comments that you made tonight as conditions that staff could help us with during the SDP review. We're really trying to target a spring, early summer groundbreaking, and with some of our weather delays and issues with demolition, here we are in end of December. If we need to wait months beyond to get some final reading, it might limit our ability to get started. So if it pleases the board, we appreciate the input. We'd love to respond to it, and staff's been great so far. We certainly appreciate their ability to kind of direct us through to the finish line here. So thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to open up the public comment section, and thank you very much for your patience this evening, waiting so long to be able to talk. So the first person that wanted to talk was Paul Bingham, if he's still here. And if you give us your name and address and limit your comments to 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Paul Bingham. I live at 236 West Delaware Circle here in Littleton. You good folks have asked a bunch of questions, good questions, and a lot of them have to do with the size of this thing. I believe that's the main problem. It's way too big. I'd like to speak against giving this thing a certificate of historic appropriateness. It's not appropriate. It's a 4-story huge building in the middle of a bunch of 1-story and 2-story buildings in our downtown. Please vote against this thing. Back when this started, on August 22nd, the city's planning department recommended denial of this whole project. There's a shot from their presentation. The 5 items that you mentioned, one of which was highlighted, number 4, when the subject site is within a historic district, the board must find that the proposed work is visually compatible with the development on adjacent properties. This is not even close to that. In this section, the term compatible shall mean consistent with, harmonious with, and/or enhances the mixture of complementary architecture styles, either of the architecture of an individual structure or the character of the surrounding structures. That is simply not here. I don't have time to present very much of this. There are five items. It's simply too massive to fit with a small-scale town center character. It damages unique core, destroys the integrity of the main historic district, violates open space setback and packaging requirements. That's a request for a violation, that open space part. The parking spaces is a huge problem that is simply made worse in downtown because we've got a huge parking problem already. They want half of the required parking to go along with this. That you need to take note of, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our second speaker is Robin. I'm not even going to try to pronounce your last name. Say your name and address.
I was just going to let her pass those out first. No, I want them to be able to see it while I'm speaking.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm Robin Schwartzbecker, and I live in District 3. It's obvious that a great deal of attention was paid to the design of this building. The thing is, does it warrant receiving a COA? Because of its location, Littleton's iconic downtown Main Street, the objectives that are not met deserve serious consideration for denying the COA. Major objectives of Littleton downtown design standards and guidelines are not met. I only have time to read a few excerpts from this document. General character statements from 511, existing character. Main Street is the location of the Main Street Historic District. It has a simple but powerful urban design form. A straight street lined by 1 to 2 story commercial storefront buildings, framing a view to the west of the old Carnegie Library, with mountains beyond and to the east, the courthouse. The Main Street Historic District draws its integrity from these important elements. From 512, desired character. Other gateway elements may be appropriate, but must not spoil the views of the courthouse, the mountains, and the Carnegie Library. From Urban Design, Objective 4, to coordinate the forms and orientations of buildings to frame views of the old Carnegie Library and the mountains beyond. Unfortunately, this 4-story building would not only spoil the view of the mountains and the Carnegie Library, as this picture shows, but it does not frame them either. The melting pot is dwarfed and in fact seems to disappear into the horizon, completely negating the entire objective of Main Street's desired character. Another issue would be 522, pedestrian and vehicular access. Objective 2, to minimize conflicts between automobiles, trucks, and pedestrians. At this location, right where Main Street curves towards Santa Fe, exiting traffic would create conflicts between vehicles jockeying to be in the right lane with little road left to do so. Plus, as there's much traffic entering and exiting, it could easily cause conflicts between pedestrians and cars. Main Street is highly pedestrian. Finally, under architecture, building scale, form, massing, and character. Objective 3, to maintain the existing scale of predominantly 1 to 2 story building frontages. Objective 7, to moderate scale changes between adjacent buildings. Objective 8, to maintain the architectural dominance of the 2 landmarks at either end of the street, the Carnegie Library and the courthouse. As this 4-story building would be right next to a single-story structure to the east and is very close to the old Carnegie Library, its scale and mass would not meet these objectives. It simply towers over its neighbor, the Bradford Auto Body, and dwarfs the old Carnegie Library. Unfortunately, as just shown, it would seem the major objectives of Littleton Downtown Design Standard and Guidelines simply cannot be met with the present design. Therefore, please deny the COA. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Our next speaker is Dawn. Just want to make sure you wanted to speak.
Maestro, if you can focus on my graphics here.
Will you give your name and address, please?
Sure, Don Brunn, 7332 South Costilla Street. Good evening, Board. In 96, Venture Publishing issued this book, Nature and Human Spirit, and I was privileged to co-author one of its chapters with Pat Stokowski at the University of Vermont. And our chapter was Sustaining Opportunities to Experience Early American Landscapes. In view of what's happening to Littleton's Main Street, we should have entitled it How to Arrest Transformation of Small Town Architecture and Culture. The bad news is that neither the City Council nor the Planning Commission had the vision needed to capture Valley Feed's real potential, something I found several other cities didn't pass up. Excuse me. Therefore, a green light was given for this plan leading to demolition of Valley Feed. Planning Commission's Andrew Graham commented that this could have been a restaurant by the same name, but no one did anything about it, at least not yet. The good news is that it's not over until and unless you decide that the application complies with the COA criteria. Please consider this. COA criteria number 3, in view of planned structures 61-foot high in height and large mass that would dwarf, as you've already heard, adjoining Main Street architecture, how can one imagine that it is, quote, visually compatible with designated historic structures located on the property, especially in terms of the 4 key criteria, design, scale, mass, and height? A missing Main Street historic vision is a problem. The LAI Design Group motto is designers that think like developers. Too bad it isn't designers who think like community stewards. So back to that missing vision I mentioned. Here are 4 images from around the country of cities who captured, took their old feed stores and made them into restaurants. Wisconsin, Colorado, Texas, and Alabama, in Atlanta. They had the vision to make their feed stores into restaurants, and yes, they were thinking like community stewards as well as business entrepreneurs. In every instance, these watering holes, using the feed store metaphor, have become magnets not only for enrichment of human life, but they're helping maintain the community character that locals value while sustaining local economic stability. It's unlikely that the development now under consideration will do that. Its underlying mixed use lacks strategic focus: retail, bank, office space, and luxury apartments. There's more good news, possibly. What if the board refused to approve the COA application and the various waivers on which the project depends, and instead sent council, planning commission, and the
Thank you for your
developers
comments, sir. Your time is up.
back to the drawing board? It could have been this. It could.
Thank you.
And it still could.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your handwritten notes. Let's see. Okay, next person to speak is Sherry Chisholm.
My name is Sherry Chisholm, 6570 South Cedar Street. I wanted to come tonight to ask you to please deny the certificate of appropriateness for the building on the Valley Feed site. I fear that it will destroy the character and uniqueness of downtown Littleton, as well as add additional parking problems to an already critical situation. It will block the mountain views, loom over the historic Carnegie Library building, and will forever change the historic beauty of the downtown Main Street district. Thousands of people come here every year for the lighting ceremony at Christmas and for Western Welcome Week. They have other places to go, but they come here because of the beauty and the feel of this town. It feels like home even if you live somewhere else. I know that all of you are proud and protective of our history and our town, or you wouldn't be on this board. So it is to this pride that I appeal to now. Please don't let this project move forward. This developer or another will step up and create a building that will add, not detract, from the character that is Littleton. Wouldn't that be worth waiting for? Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. We also had Ed Chisholm, who is not in favor of this project, but elected not to speak. So our next speaker is Joseph Trujillo.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joseph Trujillo, 5574 South Huron, District 2. I was owner of Jose's Restaurant in downtown Littleton for 47 years. And when I built my restaurant there in 47, my requirement was 52 spaces. I told council I might have to tear out the post office, and that didn't go over too good. So I ended up buying a home on Alamo Street, which I wish I would never, because by the time the historical group got done with me, I had a long moratorium before I could tear it down. We didn't hear any numbers on how many spaces they're going to provide here. I had 4,000 square feet, 52 spaces, and that was Florida ratio, and my seating capacity was 100. I thought that I heard this gentleman say that, hey, the staff required him to come to the historic board. Maybe I didn't hear it. I do have a hearing problem, but I think that most of these people will come before you, and it's not for anything more than just cutting their parking at 50%. That started sometime after I started, but when they took this floor ratio to whatever that you had to your requirement, it has pretty much sunk downtown Littleton, and I think that it's very important that when these people come to you, you got to think that all they want is 50% off. Where are they going to put them? Put them out in the streets. They don't. I'd like to know how many actual parking places they are actually going to put in now. So it might be a good question for you to ask. And I'm not for this. I'd like a scaled down facility, and I am hopeful that you'll think about that. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Pam. Don't forget your name. And
my name is Pam Chapman. I live in District 1 and, 2 blocks from this. So I would like you to deny this COA. It violates requirements as for a non-contributing member of the Main Street Historic District because it violates many elements of the design standards and guidelines that are required. As Robin pointed out, staff cherry-picked the paragraphs that it complies with. Now, I admire the developers. They did work hard to comply with some paragraphs, but they don't comply with the ones that make Littleton Littleton. Yes, you are the Historical Preservation Board, and they designed a future Littleton that has very little to do with history. So you have the authority to recognize that we have Littleton downtown design standards and uphold them. If you have questions or concerns, table to a date certain, which is January 19th. You can also have a study session, which I would suggest to look into this. So nowhere near enough time, but planning board, the vote was 4-3. The staff recommendation was negative because the parking deficiency, the parking requirement is 113 to 120, and they've got 64. The 3 negative votes were because the scale and mass are excessive. Sometimes it's okay to stretch, but this would be too big of a stretch. The 4 positive votes were radical and I think exceeded their stewardship of the city. It's not backed by most of the city codes, design guidelines, or comprehensive plan, particularly in the Main Street district. Let me just show their relationship with Bemis or Bemis Library, Carnegie Library to this structure. It's way too big. For what it's worth, that's just the basic thing. They fill up the whole lot and go up 4 stories. It doesn't fit downtown. The fire department is worried about it. They're maxed out in their design. They can only put certain things in certain places because it's so big. So look, I did a little perspective. In the Carnegie Library, this is from an old postcard, by the way, 1940, which, by the way, we're supposed to be shooting for 1870 to 1940 character. And what it does is take out that whole section at the end there. Don't want to dwell on it, but it does block the mountain and it harms the view of the Carnegie Library. That should be protected. So mention it. Who designs the future of Littleton? I'm going to tell you it's not this developer. It's us. And right now it's you.
Thank you
right
for
now,
your
the
time.
future is in your hands.
Thank
you.
Thank you, Pam. That's the last of our comments, so we'll go ahead and close the public hearing and open it up for board discussion. One suggestion to frame our discussion might be to look at the 4 criteria. The demolition one doesn't kind of pertain, and discuss based on those 4 criteria. We don't have to do it that way, but we want to make sure that we look at the criteria as part of our discussion.
Which page are you on?
This is 8 of 25 in my plan.
I think I'll just go down to criteria and
Yeah, I think
discuss
that,
how it fits.
yeah, if you agree. Does everybody have that? That, okay, so.
8. Yeah, 8.
Okay, the first one, the work would not detrimentally alter, destroy, or adversely affect any architectural or landscape feature which contributes to the original historic designation. So, thoughts on that one?
It's not applicable.
It doesn't apply.
Okay.
There's no
Because it's been.
building.
All right, so the proposed work is in conformance with any applicable adopted design guidelines.
And that's with the exception of some of the granted deviations,
Right.
is my understanding.
Might need to look at some of those specific guidelines.
Yeah, I think there's a whole analysis of that.
So that starts on page 11, where we start with 5-2, is that correct? And all those that go.
Well, and even in the tables. On page 10.
The table that staff put together.
Well, it actually starts on the bottom of page 9. Which which also says that the city's consulting architects have reviewed the application.
Well, we know that if you look at what staff is talking about, they got an exception on parking.
Open space.
And open space.
Setbacks.
I have a question about the exception on parking. Why was the exception granted?
Did it have to do with their acceptance into the historic district, and that gets a 50% parking reduction?
Well, I understand that, but why was it decided that they could come into the historic district and enjoy the 50% reduction in parking? Was it just...
All they have to do is apply and they're in. So that's a very quick thing.
Please be respectful of the board.
I'm sorry?
Members of the audience can be quiet during the board's discussions. Thank you.
It was my understanding that Planning Commission reduced the parking. And I don't know, maybe you can explain that, Andrea.
Yes.
Didn't Planning Commission, wasn't
Yes.
that one of the things that they did?
Yes. Back in August, when the planning board looked at this application for plan development overlay, there was a request to reduce the parking. Now, keep in mind, the property wasn't yet in the historic district, so didn't enjoy the 50% reduction that's given automatically. And the applicant made a case for the reduction in parking based on the fact that there was light rail nearby and walkability and other public transportation, and that it would be sufficient for a downtown area.
And
Yes.
Planning Commission approved that?
Planning
Board,
Commission-
I'm sorry.
Yes, at the time, Planning Board did approve that. Of course, they did make the condition that the property be included in the Main Street Historic District, and now a 50% reduction is given as part of the incentive package to join the district.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, when we look at these four criteria, and two of them don't apply, one has been done with variances, but clearly number 4 is where we should be focusing. And we must find that the proposed work is visually compatible with the development on adjacent properties, and that means properties that are not just next door to it, but in this whole area. When we examined the COA for the View House a couple of years ago, we were very concerned about the massing of the second floor, the rooftop deck that they were going to have. And we actually sent them back to do some redesigning because it was too overpowering. In my opinion, this first couple stories look pretty nice. But then when you get above that, you know, it doesn't comply with the 25% setback. It really overpowers the rest of the building. And this building would probably look pretty good in many places in Littleton, but I don't think it fits here. It's just too darn big.
So let me just clarify in my own mind. I agree with what you're saying, but before we skip over 3, because the work is visually compatible with designated historic structure located on the property in terms of design, finish, material, scale, mass, and weight. So we don't look at that because it's just the property. Okay, so it looks like we're really focusing on 4. I agree with Michael. So
That's what I've been struggling with ever since I've opened this proposal.
yeah,
And I've asked questions, try to convince me, and I'm a modernist at heart, but it doesn't fit in Littleton, downtown Littleton.
I tend to agree, Paul. I think it's a nice building, and I know staff and the people that have been working on this have put in so much work. But for downtown Littleton, it's a great building.
Yeah.
but the location isn't, because of the location and the impact, it just doesn't seem to fit. And maybe it just needs to look a whole lot different.
The scale needs to change.
But I think on the other hand, they're in the B2 district, which has no height restrictions. And, you know, they're meeting a lot of the criteria for, on the design standards and on the B2 zoning, and so.
They're meeting the zoning requirements, but they're not meeting requirements of the historic district, which is needed for the project to move forward.
I think planning kicked it to us so that we would make sure that it fits within the guidelines of the historic district. I mean, I understand that you can build, I guess, to the sky in B2. There's no height restriction at all. But when this is right across the street from the View House, and it's 4 times as tall, well, 3 times as tall, I guess. It's a wonderful looking building in and of itself. The architect mentioned that, the eastern elevation would be hidden someday by other buildings, which didn't sound like good salesmanship to me, but I think it would fit elsewhere in a B2 zoning, but I just don't think it fits in downtown. It's just too big, too high.
It's unfortunately the wrong block on downtown. I mean,
yeah, you're breaking in, right?
If there was another 2-story building right there, it would help the scale of that dramatically. The problem is it's surrounded by really small the smallest buildings in downtown, and then you have the biggest building.
Right, yeah. And they're set back. So
Right.
Well, and I think the main one is the Carnegie Library, because that will always be there. And I think to his point, I think Bradford and, the Main Street Center, I think eventually will be redeveloped, but the Carnegie Library never will be.
And that's such a focal point of downtown Littleton. Yeah. And to have it be dwarfed in scale, I'm afraid that it just kind of takes the whole look and feel, historic look and feel of the neighborhood look and feel away.
It's funny, in some ways it mimics some of the architectural detail of Littletown, which is not in the district and would be probably considered a non-contributing structure as well. I stood on the steps of the courthouse this afternoon after I reviewed the material just to get a visual of what this would look like. And it's, Littletown's pretty tall. I don't know how tall it is, Andrea, but 3 stories?
3 stories.
But it's a good-sized building. And I think that, this one will be even taller. So it definitely will have a visual impact from looking west.
Well, there was a willingness to somehow work with us to kind of make it more compatible. And I was wondering if there's a way that we could, and I don't know the process, that we could somehow make our feelings known and not go back to the drawing board, but somehow see if we can change the look and feel and the mass of this building so it's a collaborative effort as opposed to yay or nay.
So, your 3 options are either you approve it with conditions, and their conditions you can elucidate as to how you'd like the project to look. You can table it or continue it like we did the last matter with instructions of staff going forward, perhaps. And then here, we just start all over again, basically a new proposal. Or you can decline it. And those are your 3 options. Or approve it without conditions, of course, but I don't think that's the direction you're going.
Oh, so as a board, which direction do we want to go in? Do we want to kick it back to staff? Do we want to flat out deny it? Or do we want to, like you said, do it with some sort of conditions? I feel like the conditions are so big, it's not like the View House where it's kind of like, can you change this, change that? And it was minor modifications. So I'm thinking that's not an option. There's too many suggestions.
Right now, this is just a drawing. The View House was already there. So in some ways, the View House had more constraints than this does. I understand wanting to put as many square feet on a site as I could, but perhaps a 3-story building would work a lot better than a 4-story building. would help your parking issues as well. And I mean, I guess I'd move to continue it and kick it back to the staff and see if you can come up with something.
You know, I would agree. I hate to just totally deny it because they have spent so much time and effort, and I think there's a way that maybe it can be something that we would approve. And so I would agree with what you're saying.
So should we give staff some pointed directions about what we think of? I mean, they've heard the discussion, but I think it needs to be a little bit more pointed than that. In terms of, we're leaning towards, and we'll make a motion or whatever, we're leaning towards kicking it back, not denying it. We want to continue?
How does everyone feel about 3 stories that Mike just suggested? I mean, I don't know if that works financially for them, but.
I think it's more than 3 stories. I think there's more to it than just cutting up 1 story. I just think it's.
So what would that be? I think
the elevator element is bothersome.
You took that, yeah.
Let me look at my notes. And I have to mention, in the 7 years that I've been on this board, we have never received 1 letter that I've known of. We had 8. We've seen a handful of people talk, and here we had 7, 8 people come. I've never seen this amount of community involvement in anything that we've done. I mean, for those folks that are new, I mean, Margie, you've been here. We've never seen this. So I think we want to be very thoughtful about what we do and also considerate to the person that spent so much time and effort developing this. So I think we need to give them some information. My feeling is scale, the elevator element, you mentioned lighting. I don't know if there's much we can do about variance for parking. That is what it is, because that's out of our preview. Right?
Massing, I think we need to see more information in this building in context, more than just 1 or 2 buildings adjacent to it, because it's going to, being the biggest building on Main Street, you got to have the context of Main Street. Mm-hmm. And the context has to spread more than 1 or 2 buildings on each side of it.
And there was a request to see what it looked like from Santa Fe, and it will definitely be visible from Santa Fe. So I think looking at that. And I tend to agree that I think whacking off the 4th story is not going to be enough. It's just too massive. So the scale question is not so much just of height.
It seems like they've taken a small property like they do in Denver and built it out to the edge, which I know is the style, but it also doesn't lend itself to the downtown Littleton look and feel where the buildings are much smaller.
But it is, I think it's a beautiful building.
It is a beautiful building. It's just in the wrong place for an historic district. All right, so
I was just going to add, so there's a comment in the downtown neighborhood plan, goals, policies, and implementation strategies, which is in our booklet. But I found that there's a land use item. It's called 9-A, and it says, acknowledge that the Columbine Mill and Courthouse will be the dominant structures downtown regarding height. And so that's kind of why I wanted to see what it looked like from Santa Fe, and what's that view from the courthouse, and just sort of understand what its sort of visual impact is relative to, I think in this case, it would be the Columbine Mill. I mean,
what's the height of the mill?
I don't know. So I was trying to find out what the height of the mill is. It's not going to be that high, but I mean, I don't think it is. But it'd be an interesting visual to see.
At 61 feet, it's going to be one of the highest
it's
things around.
It's almost 6-story. I mean, 61 feet is tall.
Yeah. I mean, it's a 4-story building, but all the stories were pretty tall, floor to floor.
okay, so I think we're not going to approve with conditions. Let's take that off the table, right? So our choices are to deny, continue, or kick back to staff, and we need to give staff a little bit more direction. So we're not going to approve tonight with conditions. Are we in agreement with that? Take that off the table.
Continuing would be kicking it back to staff.
Pardon?
Continuing it would be kicking it back to staff.
Oh, okay, so that's one thing.
Do you think it would be beneficial to have a study session with Planning Commission?
Yes, I think that's a great idea.
Could we do that?
I think that would be a good idea.
Given that it sounded like they were very divided, there was a 4-3 split. I mean, would that yield anything, do you think? Can they reconsider their?
No, they can't reconsider their decision, but you could work with them, I believe. What it would do effectively though is push back even further the next period at which you could decide this matter.
So if we had a joint study session with them, what would the outcome be?
I don't know. I'm just throwing it out to the board to see if they
But
think
if
that
they
would
can't
help.
change their decision, it's up to us.
I'm not, the point isn't to change their decision. The point is to get some history and feedback on some of this stuff. It may not be, maybe a waste of everybody's time.
Or would it be more appropriate for us to have our own study session with staff?
That might be better. There's a lot of information to take in right now.
I'll just add, if the Historical Preservation Board is interested more in what the Planning Board discussed at their meeting, there is the video available on the website.
Okay.
Okay, that'd be helpful.
That's a good point.
I'm kind of leaning towards working with staff. The last thing, and this is where I'm coming from, we don't want to kick it back and be overruled by City Council, because then we have no input. We want to have input and make this work for downtown. So can we schedule, I mean, is that what we're leaning toward? I don't want to say this is what we should do, but somehow I think we want to work with staff and the applicant and the architect to make it something that is more compatible with downtown Littleton.
And maybe our architectural consultants who are also involved in this, right?
Could they come to the study session?
No, there wasn't, but there was a statement in here that I guess they worked with staff, right? Yeah.
I think you get a feel for what we heard in the letters, what we heard from the citizens of Littleton and our thinking. So do you need more direction to have some ideas, or do you want to wait till have a study session and then discuss it? What are you thinking?
If we could talk more about what the study session would accomplish, if you'd like to see some revisions prepared by the time of that study session, or would you see the study session as an opportunity to discuss with the applicant further about what the possibilities are to find some mutual agreement?
Thoughts?
I think we have two options. One is to study this, but we're not, to Andrea's point, we have to give her some deliverables.
Right.
We have to give staff deliverables and some guidance. We owe it to the property owner as well to do that in a timely manner because of the expense that they've gone under to purchase the property. So I would say that we want to at least, and I would probably, not to put you guys on the spot that are architects, look to you guys for guidance on what is more visually compatible. I mean, I know we seem to be talking about reducing the size, right? From a stories perspective, from a scope, mass, whatever you want to call it. So I think we need to, it's incumbent upon us to figure out what sort of direction we want to give to staff so that if we're either going to do a study session or table this until January's, 18th, that we can find, we're moving toward a resolution versus just going to a study session, hearing from staff again what we could do, what we couldn't do, because it's to us. The Planning Commission's made their decision. We're here to determine whether or not it's appropriate for the district.
Well, and I think the big issue is the size and the scale. That's one big issue. And is it the look and the feel, too?
So just one thing about it's 46,000 square feet. I'm guessing there's still going to be 46,000 square feet. And so you can take down the floor, but that means it's going to spread out more. So So it may have more of a presence on Main Street, and you know, drive underneath it. I'm not sure how that would all sort of shake out, but I don't know that we could comfortably, I don't know, can you tell them to reduce the amount of square footage that they can develop?
Yeah, I mean, the big thing is it's too big. How do we give them direction that it's just too big?
I'm hearing it's too tall. I mean, I'm also hearing that it's too massive, but I mean, I look at the sort of depth of buildings downtown, and they're deep, right? I don't have a...
Yeah, but they're long, and they're deep, and they're little.
Yeah, you know.
They're not very big.
I think part of the problem is that when you're driving down there, you see that entire west facade, and there's nothing that blocks that. So it's a really strong visual. For everybody that's driving west, I think that's part of the problem. But how to solve it, I don't.
So back to somehow we want to continue. We're in agreement. We want to continue and work with staff. We just need to give staff some more direction, other than it's too big and it's too massive and it's too tall. What else would help?
I think that's what we're hearing, right, from this board, is that how it's not visually compatible is due to its size, primarily its height plane.
Right.
And because that sticks out, well, I could be wrong, but I'm just saying that's how I've interpreted the comments.
I mean, the tavern is a new building and it looks visually compatible. I mean, the size and the scale and the brick.
I.W. Hunt building's a 3-story building. It's stepped back. I mean, it's got a tall first floor on the street, but it's three stories.
Well, is that something that we want to give as direction, that we want to see a step back?
It's the overall height.
It's height. Yeah.
It's height.
Yeah.
But how do you define mass and scale? It's more than height. It's just big.
Well, everything's kind of overscaled on the building. I mean, even the 2-story portion that's on the street is 30 feet tall.
Okay. So the story size has to be more in line, the size of the stories?
Appropriate for the district comes down to a number of items. It's the height,
okay,
the scale, the mass, the style of the building, and its context in proportion to adjacent buildings. I think at least those are my concerns. The board may have others, but those are my 4 concerns.
And I also think what you found in terms of the focal point of downtown Littleton, it's the mill and Carnegie.
Courthouse.
The courthouse and Carnegie, so that, wasn't it Carnegie?
Carnegie wasn't.
Oh, it's the courthouse and the mill.
Courthouse and the mill.
Okay.
And its height.
So it has to conform to that.
Or those should be the dominant. Tallest buildings.
I mean, it's a nice building. They've done a great job of breaking the scale down, but
yeah, it is. It's beautiful.
You only can go so far with that.
Is that giving you better direction, Andrea?
Yes, I've written it down, and it is really quite broad.
Right.
But
that's a nice way to say it.
the thing is, there's a lot for the applicant to work with there.
Well, and it's not the board's job to design the building to get it approved either. So we can't provide specific input. Okay, if you remove this stair tower, you're approved. I mean, I don't even think we're that close, personally. But
I'd say just look around downtown Littleton and see, get a flavor, get a sense of what it looks like down there. There are buildings that are taller than 2 stories, but they fit in because they're not massed like this one are. So,
and maybe, I'm not an architect, but maybe the step back might help. I have no idea. You architects tell me.
it definitely
It does, yeah.
So that, consider a step back.
And they have.
Can you
They're
clarify
just pushing the
step back
boundaries
from the front or the sides, or more of a setback?
All of it. I mean, really, it's like a pop-up in Denver where they've gone to the edge of the building. I mean, they came in at the top, but come in on the sides, come in at the front, which makes the building smaller, which is what we're advocating.
And when it comes down to what our role in this whole process is it appropriate for downtown? And I guess I equate it to a Wash Park pop top or a Wash Park duplex, where you're putting 3,500 square feet next to 800 square feet.
Yeah.
Is it appropriate? It meets zoning criteria, but is it appropriate?
I think, as Michael says, it's number 4, is that's kind of what our guideline is, and it doesn't meet that guideline.
If city council, no.
So what do we need to do? We're coming to an agreement. Do we need to make a motion? Do we need to see when Andrea can let us know when she can get back with some updates? Where do we go from here?
We need a motion to continue it to a date certain.
Okay. What is reasonable?
I would suggest that we start with a date certain of being the next Historical Preservation Board meeting. Now we have to recognize that there's a holiday in here, and not knowing what anyone's schedule is here, I think maybe perhaps if we're not prepared to go, then it will need to be postponed again to the following meeting after that. But to give the applicant the quickest route to potential approval here, I would suggest perhaps you go with the next available meeting date, which I think we discussed January the 18th.
And that would not be a resubmission of the COA, but more an update?
It would be a resubmittal of a plan set by the applicant, and that plan set would need to be reviewed by staff, and the staff report would be revised.
Okay. So we don't know if it would be a COA or not at this point. We just know there'd be some sort of update or revision.
There is an open application for a COA, and I would think that one of the possible outcomes of the next public hearing on this updated application could potentially be approval with conditions, or potentially another postponement.
Okay, so we're looking at an updated COA for next time, or you let us know that that's not enough time and we'll push it off to the February meeting. That's kind of what we're looking at.
Yes.
Or if you're looking for more of an update, a study session would probably be more appropriate. That we get feedback from the applicant.
And not have a COA, just have a...
We'd still have to push everything back, though.
Would that work for you, Andrea? To have a study session where it wasn't a formal COA? That means it would be at least 2 months for a COA to get approved.
Yes. If you would like to do a study session, let's just be specific about what you're expecting for that meeting, so that we can provide together with the applicant the packet that you're looking for.
So what do we want to specify? And this will turn into a motion.
Is what you wrote down and what we've discussed, can that be put into a motion? Continue this to consider,
Do you want, can I do a motion, or does it have to be somebody else from the board?
It can be anybody.
You can do a motion. Just to be clear, though, you have to have a motion to continue it to a date certain, and then direct staff to schedule a study session.
Okay, let me see if I can do this without writing it all down and taking more time.
And you wouldn't need a motion to direct staff, it would just be an instruction.
Okay, I so move that staff work with the applicant of the Littleton Mixed Use Building at 2679 West Main Street to provide revised plans and renderings that take into account the size of the stories to be more compatible with downtown Littleton buildings, the height of the buildings, the scale, the mass, the style, the proportion to adjacent buildings, and keep in mind that the courthouse and the mill are supposed to be the dominant and the tallest buildings in downtown Littleton. Also to consider step back and to provide renderings at a study sessions and plans on January 18th, including views from Santa Fe and Main Street for further discussion. Will that work?
We just recommend having a motion to continue it, and then all instruction of staff can be outside of the motion.
Okay. Somebody want to make an easy one?
So please withdraw the motion.
Okay, let me go ahead and withdraw the motion. And does somebody want to make it an
I
easy
move
one?
we continue till January 19th, is it?
18th.
Did you make the motion, Mike?
I did.
I'll second it.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, motion carried. So Andrea, do you have enough direction to provide the information that you need for the next study session?
I believe we have a lot of information, and we will work with the applicant on these items.
Okay.
And of course, it is up to the applicant what they will redesign and bring back to you.
Okay, that sounds fair. Okay. It's been a very long meeting. So our next agenda item is staff report.
Actually, just a couple quick things. We got our...
Excuse me. Before we begin, we still have public comment on non-agenda items, if there is any.
Yeah, do we have any public comment, non-agenda items? I didn't think so.
Okay.
But we better should check.
It looks like there is.
Oh, yes, we do. My apologies. Sorry, jumped the gun.
I'm Pam Chadbourne, live in District 1. Thank you for your decision. So I believe that you had a joint meeting with City Council, and I have asked that City Council and Historic Preservation Board ask staff to bring to them other incentives to join the downtown historic district than parking. And it seems to me obvious that we've blown way past being able to give that incentive anymore. Everybody says that I come across, they complain about parking downtown all the time. When I talk about meeting down here, it's like, well, I don't want to go there because there's no parking. This is harming us. It is harming our businesses. So please, Historic Preservation Board, I'm sorry it didn't come up in the joint session with City Council. I don't want you to wait a year to talk about this. There's got to be another way to do this, and one of them is to ask staff to bring to you other incentives for joining the historic district. I have heard that there's others that are more enticing, and they're better for the city, so it's time. So please have staff bring some other incentives for you to consider, pros and cons and how to implement them and whatever. And I think I can't talk about agenda items, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Pam. Okay, now we're, and we can address that and maybe as an agenda topic in a future meeting. It's probably time to figure out something to do about that and make a recommendation of some sort.
We need to close public comment at this point.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and close public comment? We don't have anything else. And now, Dennis.
Okay.
Staff.
Two quick things. One is we got the renewal form for our membership in the National Association of Preservation Commissioners. Wanted to check and see, are all the board members getting those newsletters either electronically or hard copy? I see a couple
seen
heads.
them.
Okay, so we
From
may
where,
not have
Dennis, again?
it's NAPC, National Association of Preservation Commissioners. So If you're not getting, you're supposed to be, so we may not have distributed the email address to them appropriately. It does have good newsletters. You've seen it in the past, I know. We've used the newsletters for educational purposes.
How often do those come out?
Come out once a month, I think. Denise, does that sound right? We don't know. We're not sure.
How are they distributed? Because I don't think I've been seeing them.
You don't think you've seen it? Okay. Okay.
I've never seen it. I'd like it.
Okay. Oh, you have seen it? You like it?
No, I haven't.
Oh, you haven't? Okay.
I would like it.
Okay, you would like it. Good. Yeah, I think it's very helpful. All right, we'll do some research on it. The other thing is just, we've mentioned before that the applications are coming up for board positions. So if you would make sure that if you need to, you reapply, and if you know other people who might be interested in applying, please encourage them to apply as well. So either for our board or for another board for the city. So okay. That's the end of January, I believe, when those are due. So.
And the Lausen guidelines, are you making those updates that we gave you?
We're making those updates, and we're hiring consultants back to come back and actually do the final product for us, and then we'll go to a public hearing on it.
To make some, and so you'll let us see those again?
We sure will. Absolutely.
Okay, and then David and I are going to the next Hoodlum meeting. Do you have, for the Western Welcome Tours, do you have the script that you wanted people?
I have it here to hand out.
Okay, so do you want it to speak?
It's my turn.
Yeah.
When you're done.
Yeah, no, so Margie will do that. And we haven't heard from Sonia, so why don't you go, and then Sonia, if you have anything to add. Okay, then Margie.
Before I do that, I'm going to hand out this is the roster for the HLI board.
Oh, great.
That Pam recommended. Hopefully you have enough going one way. So that everybody knows who's on the HLI board.
Wonderful.
You have enough down there? Mm-hmm. I'll save one for Dave. The other thing, and this I'm just going to hand out, this is the script for the historic tours. And it's a combination of, I bullet pointed all of Sharon's narrative on the historic tours.
Great.
And then Dan took it and added all of his architectural color, as he calls it. So it's pretty long, but if you guys would all look at this and review it, and we can discuss it in January.
It's going to be a test.
It's going to be a test. So look at it, see if there's too much in there, or if you think it's good, or if there's something we missed that you want to add, or.
Thank you, Margie. This is
then
great.
Then when we get it done, we'll get it over to HLI and have them look at it. So if you guys will go through that, and we'll discuss next meeting.
Anybody have anything else? Thank you, everyone. It's been a long evening, so we can go ahead and adjourn the meeting.